We're back, people. We're back.
what you say about the front office and Leon Rose, you know. He is not returned.
Amen. Appreciate Rector, producer,
We now welcome
screenwriter,
Academy
actor,
Award-winning
tenured professor at NYU, and the #1 New York Knicks fan in the world, the one and only Spike Lee. Welcome to Stephen A's World. How are you doing, my brother?
Well, I didn't have a restful sleep, and I know that you were probably tossing and turning too.
How are we supposed to feel, Spike? I mean, the New York Knicks had the 11th overall pick. If you got a draft lottery slot, you're supposed to get a draft lottery player. And they did not walk away from that. They seemed committed to going all in on Jalen Brunson. What are the thoughts going through your mind right now about the New York Knicks?
Well, let's get a Brunson better be unlocked. That deal has to happen. After hiring his father and going to games like recruiting, that has to be unlocked. What happens if, Mr. Cuban says, nah, son, I'm keeping him. What happens then?
Spike Lee, you've been a Knicks fan all your life. You've been going to the Garden since 1970, if I remember correctly. Is that correct? Since 1970, right?
No. 67, 68 season.
67, 68 season.
We just blue heavens. The top of the garden. But I was happy to be in the house.
Knowing what
I didn't
you
get
know
season
about
tickets. I didn't get season tickets until we got Patrick in the draft.
Knowing what you know about this franchise, knowing what they just went through, clearing cap space, unloading Kemba Walker's salary, going through all of this stuff, passing up or picking up a player, all right? All of this to get Jalen Brunson. If they announce to you that, okay, Jalen Brunson is the new point guard for the New York Knicks, how is that going to make you feel?
I feel better if I hear the opposite, that Brunson decided to stay with the Mavericks.
Let me get a little personal. Let me get a little personal here, Spike. You have people that look at me, and they look at you, and they say, it's our fault. It's our fault that the New York Knicks have missed the playoffs 16 of the last 21 seasons. They've only been out of the first round once in the last 21 years. They say it's our fault because our unwavering support and devotion to this franchise is the reason why they get away with the ineptitude that they've gotten away with all of this time. Do you blame you? Do you blame us? Do you feel it's right for people to blame us for continuously supporting them no matter what they do?
They're Knicks fans more loyal than we are. We're not the only ones. And I don't think I lost those games versus Reggie Miller.
We go.
So what's the expectation? Go ahead, finish your thought. Finish your thought.
Pacifico's a crisp golden lager, brewed for those who know.
free. Use it if you need it. Back it down, back it down.
Appear to be working out between him and the
I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty
Would they
interesting.
give up so much to get off his contract?
Let's go.
Well, that's not all they're accomplishing here.
That's
They're
pretty
landing
interesting, yo.
Wiggins and a very intriguing prospect in Jonathan Isaac. He's been injured for much of his brief NBA career to date, but when healthy, he's flashed the potential to be one of the best defensive players in the league. He's still not worth 2 first-round picks to the Magic. They're likely to bring on one of Chet Holmgren, Jabari Smith Jr., or Paolo Banchero in the upcoming draft. That renders Isaac expendable. This trade is a no-brainer for them. This summer blockbuster would only be possible by a sign-and trade. Zach LaVine is hitting unrestricted free agency. He'd have to sign off on a trade.
It's not the truck you drive, the uniform you wear, the people who you inspire, or the sacrifices you make. The greatest part of being a hero is the impact you have every single day. We thank you.
Chris, put on your prediction hat. How do you think this ends for Kyrie in Brooklyn?
Well, Jen, as we all know, Kyrie puts the in unpredictable. So who knows? We got to start with that. Who knows? You can't predict Kyrie. But if I have to guess, I'm going to say I think he ends up in Brooklyn. I do think that a lot of this, and this is a feeling of a lot of people I've talked to in the league, that this is all about Kyrie trying to bluff, the Nets to get the contract that he wants. I think at the end of the day, they will come to a compromise. Where Kyrie wants the 5-year max, the Nets don't want to give him many years fully guaranteed. So I think they compromise somewhere maybe 3 years fully guaranteed, something like that. And he's back in Brooklyn, and obviously Kevin Durant would be there with him. And the reason I feel that way is because, one, Kyrie wants to be in Jersey or / Brooklyn. Okay, he's living in the town he grew up in. He's very happy here. He's worked his way here. The only reason, when you look at his wish list of teams, which is kind of comical to be honest, New York and Philadelphia are only on there because they're close to Jersey. He would be able to essentially stay where he wants to be. The Knicks Philadelphia is very good chance they have no interest in him. The Knicks, Kyrie at best is their third choice. All right, they tried to get Jaden Ivey last night, the guard out of Purdue. Didn't get him. They're trying to get Jalen Brunson now. If that doesn't work, maybe they turn their attention to Kyrie. But they know he doesn't want to be there. They know they won't be very good if he goes there. So they're not like, I don't know that they give him any type of deal different than the Nets give him, if they even offer him something. Then you look at the other team, Miami. I don't know that these last 3 weeks with their, Miami Heat culture and all that they demand of you. All right, and then you got the Clippers. I don't know that they're interested in Kyrie. They were back in 2017. They take him if they had gotten Kevin Durant with him. But like a lot of teams, they didn't want just Kyrie by himself. And obviously they already have a good squad with Kawhi and Paul George. And so I think that this wish list of Kyrie's, Dallas, don't know that there's much interest there. The team to watch is the Lakers. All right, and we know Kyrie can only go there for the $6 million mid-level exception. So obviously it sounds like there's no way he'll take a $30 million pay cut. But here's what the thinking is. After next season, the Lakers only have Anthony Davis and take Taylor Horton-Tucker under contract. Obviously, LeBron might re-up, but still, they would theoretically have the cap room, even though they don't have Kyrie's early bird right to go above the cap, they would have the cap room theoretically to give him a big deal. And even if they don't, other teams out there, there'll be better teams with cap space next summer than there are this summer. Because this summer, none
All right,
of
this is
the
my
teams
last
with
lot.
cap space, Detroit, San Antonio, Indiana, Orlando,
I gotta try to make 45.
doesn't want to go there. And so he doesn't have much leverage. And even if he's thinking Lakers, it's a risk. Even if you think a year from now I'll get my big payday because Kyrie's injury prone. And what if he gets injured? And he'll be 31 years old. And so he will be taking a huge financial risk to go to the Lakers. I'm told he'll consider it. But I think at the end of the day, guys, for all of those reasons, that they work something out with Brooklyn.
Go ahead, because I kind of touched on a lot of what Chris said. Go ahead.
Fuck!
Chris, we opened the show.
I'm gonna go one more time.
About how this story is wearing both of us out, but we can't take our eyes off it because it's the most fascinating, for all the wrong reasons, story in sports. I want to love Kyrie. I've loved him in the past, but he's killing a lot of my love because for all the respect I have for the many stances he takes against the grain, I love that about him. I respect that about him, even if I disagree with the stances. In the basketball context, he's killing my respect for him because this recent track record of wreckage, the end of the Cleveland, the Boston, now what's happened with KD in Brooklyn, it's hard to sell it to anybody. It's why his open market value is plunging right before your very eyes to the point he's being delusional about his value.
All right.
It's down to the point where I think a lot of teams are saying he's just more trouble than he's worth. We can't count on him. We don't know if he's going to play or not play. Vaccination notwithstanding.
We'll be back right after this quick commercial break.
I'll be right back.
Where can you catch all 150 Pokemon? Gotcha! On your Game Boy, that's where. Pokemon for Game Boy is here. With both packs, you can catch them all. Games and systems sold separately.
Still going. Long-lasting Energizer batteries keep going.
This Halloween, give them what they really want. Nut-free salted peanuts. Now only $5.99 a gram. Wake Up cleaning spray. Now in fun size. This week, just $12.99 a bag. Plus, get Glorbox for just $10.99. Now you're sure to be the favorite house in the world.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is the coordinated monthly test of the emergency alert system equipment. If this had been an actual emergency, you would have received timely emergency information. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
Today we honor the third year of our quest against the legions of Cyril.
Woohoo! Oh yeah, party!
Join me now and receive one of my best to fight at your side.
Wait, it's me, right?
Download Raid Shadow Legends and get a free gift pack with the epic champion Talia. Just what you'll...
You're a big enough schmuck to come to Big Bill Hell's Cars. Bad deal. Cars that break down. Speed. If you think you're going to find a bargain at Big Bill, you can kiss my ass. It's our belief that you're such a stupid motherfucker. You'll fall for this bullshit. Guaranteed. If you find a better deal, shove it up your ugly ass. You heard us right. Shove it up your ugly ass. Bring your tray. Bring your tie. Bring your wife. We'll fuck her. That's right. We'll fuck your wife. Because at Big Bill Hell, you're fucked 6 ways from Sunday. Take a hike to Big Bill Hell. Home of challenge pissing. That's right. Challenge pissing. How does it work? If you can piss 6 feet in the air straight up and not get wet, you get no down payment. Don't wait. Don't delay. Don't fuck with us or we'll rip your nuts off. Only at Big Bill Hell. The only dealer that tells you to fuck off. Hurry up, asshole. This event ends the minute after you write us a check. And it better not bounce or you're a dead motherfucker. Go to hell. Big Bill Hell's Cars. Baltimore's filthiest and exclusive home of the meanest sons of bitches in the state of Maryland. Guaranteed.
Hi, it's Vince with Slap Chop. You're going to be in a great mood all day because you're going to be slapping your troubles away with a slap chop. Now look, here's a potato. 1 slap, you got big chunks for stews. 2 slaps, home fries in a second. And look at this. When you add a mushroom, the more you do it, the finer it gets. You don't have to switch any blades. Now, you love salad, you hate making it. You know you hate making salad. That's why you don't have any salad in your diet. Watch this. 1 slap, salad. I love pizza too, but once in a while, get the veggies in. At least throw it on top of the pizza. You're going to change your eating habits. Soup, coleslaw, stuff. What, 5 seconds? 4 or 5 seconds, it's done. This tuna, looks boring. Stop having a boring tuna. Stop having a boring life. Add this tuna, put it here like this. Now you're going to have a nice tuna salad. Look at this. You're going to have an exciting life now. Look, here's a hard-boiled egg. 1 chop, you add the pickle, you add the green onion. And what you can do, you can mix things together. You add the ham, and you're going to love this. You don't have time to make breakfast. Breakfast to go. You're going to love my nuts. Watch this. Almonds, walnuts. Comes with a cover, so you can do everything in the cover, all right? Or you can do it on the board, whatever you'd like. It's so easy, 1 finger. If I can do it 1 finger, you guys can do it with your whole hand. Kids can do it. You know what they charge at the ice cream stores? $1 for toppings at the ice cream stores. Add a couple cookies if you want. You can make it for 10 cents. You're not throwing your money away. You know, not only nuts, what about fruit? Put a mango Look at it. Isn't that beautiful on your ice cream? The reason you're gonna slap away every day is because it's so easy to clean. 1, 2, and pops open like that, like a butterfly to clean. Now these other ones that you've seen in the stores, bacteria gets in the food. All the stores have this. You can't clean it. You can't open this up. It's worthless. Forget about it. Now take the slap chop, put it back together, and you get the garlic. All right, here's the garlic with the skin. There you go. These skins the garlic. You're gonna eat more garlic. The onions with the skin. All right, this is making you cry. You're making me cry. All right, life's hard enough as it is. You don't want to cry anymore.
Oh, nothing's better than getting grilled meat from a hot dude, and let's face it, ladies, you don't know how to handle meat. Until now. Hey, I'm Joe Fowler, and this is the grill disc. It's going to turn any pan into an indoor grill. It's so easy. Just place it, heat it, and eat. But wait, here's a secret. All you got to do is flip it over once, and it's already done. What, you don't believe me? Well, let's go and let's find out. Oh, it's raw. Oh. You should really preheat this thing before you get to the pan. That way everything properly cooks. Wait, are you still using a regular grill? Stop it. The secret is that the grill disc gets really hot, just like me in the men's locker room. And it leaves grill marks on all your food. You ain't grilling unless there's grill marks. I'm not gay, but I'm not allowed to go to the gym anymore. Ladies, you know the way to a man's heart is by buying a grill disc. Stay with me here on this one, okay? We're going to add liquid marijuana around the disc as a marinade. I call it Joe Juice. And not only does it taste great, but you get really high while you cook it. My ball sack sticks to my inner thighs, but nothing sticks to the grill disc. With a real grill, you're just flopping everything around. With the grill disc, everything's there. And we got shrimp, oh, big thick weenies, and zucchinis. I don't even know this family. Here you go, little boy. Eat up. It's amazing what you can get away with a few cameras around. Kids love the grill disc. It can barbecue a brick of bread, and it's a lot easier to clean than my criminal record. Kebabs, come on. The grill disc is 10 inches of disc, and you get a free little grill guide. But I know what you're thinking. 10 inches is a little bit too much for you. I'll throw in my 8 inches for free. They also make for great frisbees. Over here, I'm open.
Hey, yo, what up, guys? My name's Bob C. Hamilton. I'm a PhD degree, DBM, MD, specialized in babies. Now, a lot of people come into my office claiming they have the world's cutest baby, but they want to get a professional's opinion. And that's where I come in. You see, I have a trained eye for top-quality babies. It's simple. I just hold onto the child, and I tell the parents...
Alright, motherfuckers, I'm back. I'm back. I really gotta go hard on this qualifier so that I can have a good place in the race.
Maybe you know what's about to happen. We're in Oakland, California. It's June 19th, 2016.
Alright, here we go.
Game 7 of the NBA Finals between the Golden State Warriors and the Cleveland Cavaliers. Check the score and the time remaining. Barring disaster, the Cavaliers are about to win the first NBA championship in the 46-year history of the franchise. Cleveland fans have waited half a century for this moment. Before we witness it, we must give that drought a close examination. The Cavaliers enjoyed a miracle playoff run in their first decade of existence, only for
I gotta
new
push it on
ownership
this.
to strip them bare, embarrass them at every turn, and nearly rip them from Cleveland entirely. In the 80s, this franchise got a lifeline and built
I think it starts after my second lap.
almost in one night. But they were thwarted by the NBA's mightiest foes. Injuries, bad trades, and yeah, that guy. Cleveland followed another miserable era with what felt like a gift from God. Perhaps the greatest prospect ever, born and raised in Ohio, delivered by lottery to his hometown team, only for new ownership and weak management to fail their centerpiece, then drive him away. The Cleveland Cavaliers have died several times, victim of their own bad choices. Yet here they stand, alive, about to win a championship. To understand how much this means, we need to rewind. Like, really, really rewind. Perhaps you recognize this guy. This is Kyrie Irving. If we rewind about a minute of game time, we'll see Kyrie sizing up the defense on one of the most important possessions in Cavaliers history. With a tied score and 1 minute remaining,
Come on, baby.
This game was in his hands.
Let's go.
Rewind
Come
a
on.
little further, and you'll recall the way Irving became
Come
a
on.
Cavalier.
I wish I could go 200.
The very bad 2011 Cavaliers made a
I gotta get my car up to
by
200.
surrendering a decent veteran, Mo Williams, to the Los Angeles Clippers. The Cavs received Baron Davis,
Come on.
but also an intriguing dice roll. The mediocre Clippers sent Cleveland their 2011 lottery pick, ultimately a 2.8% chance to receive the top selection in that summer's amateur draft. Those long shot odds paid off. The NBA draft allowed
Oh, that mean I get to go
Baron
first, bro.
teams to construct
Let's go. Nigga, that's what I like to see.
to choose elite young players who'd be unlikely.
Yeah.
The pool of 2011 prospects was headlined.
You see it?
You guessed it.
You see it?
And after winning the lottery with someone else's ticket, the Cavs
I'm
were able to
ready.
draft him to all but course
I'm piped up.
into their roster. In Cleveland, Irving developed into a brilliant point guard, an artist with his dribble, able to find.
I'm the coldest rookie ever.
That trade and its ideal payoff presented a welcome change for longtime Cavaliers fans. It meant a lot to see a bad team seize the best opportunity for improvement. The move that begot Kyrie Irving stands out in Cavaliers history. It epitomizes the unique value of draft picks, of choosing. To really measure that value, we must go back to the beginning.
Trying to get it up to about 200.
Cleveland, Ohio entered 1970 with big stuff happening. Carl Stokes was its first black mayor. The city had begun.
I'm the coldest rookie ever.
The Cuyahoga River caught fire again the previous summer.
Let me stop talking shit for something happened.
The NFL's Cleveland Browns were contenders, even after the retirement of Jim Brown, who led them to their recent title in 1964. And a businessman named Nick Maletti was scrounging up cash to start a pro basketball franchise. It wouldn't be the city's first. For instance, Cleveland celebrated an ABL champion back in the 1920s. I feel like I missed out on the era when you could name a whole basketball team after one specific Jewish guy. Cleveland exited the Great Depression with its own arena. But mid-century, it was nearby Akron, Ohio, that hosted the best amateur players and the most interesting industrial teams, with stars like Lil Baby Larry Brown, who played a couple years for the Goodyear Wingfoots, sponsored by the tire company. Hoops glory returned to Cleveland in 1962, when George Steinbrenner experienced his first taste of successful sports ownership, the Cleveland Pipers, champions of another short-lived league called the ABL. Still, while Cleveland Arena occasionally hosted the Cincinnati Royals, it lacked a full-time NBA occupant. This was a pre-merger era when the league still competed with the ABA to plant flags in major markets. Enticing buy-in fees of just a few $1 million stoked expansion, inviting franchises that exist to this day. The hopeful NBA franchisee in Cleveland, Milletti, already owned the local arena and its resident AHL hockey team. He gathered a couple $1 million from a few major investors, then raised the rest by selling individual shares to regular people. And boom, Cleveland had an NBA team. The nickname Cavaliers won out over some other contenders. I like some of these, but anyway, time for basketball. Time to start working toward an NBA championship. Expansion teams build from expansion drafts. Cleveland got to pick over other teams' rosters for players left unprotected. This was one of the first routes by which people became Cavaliers. Players like John Warren, Walt Wesley, and Bingo Smith joined rookie John Johnson on the first ever roster. Those Cavs started off terrible, as expansion clubs often do. They lost their first 15 games, giving us the famous anecdote of Coach Bill Fitch trying to enter an arena without his credential and asking security why on earth anyone would lie about being head coach of a team that had literally never won a game. He got it. But Fitch's Cavs improved, in part because losing teams receive high picks in the college draft. In 1971, Cleveland used the first overall pick on Austin Carr, a guard coming off a stupendous collegiate career at Notre Dame. This old News 5 footage gives us a sense of how drafting looked back then. It was casual.
Cleveland draft, Austin Carr.
And this look of elation on Coach Fitch's face tells you how much one high draft pick can change the mood for a franchise. Injuries kept Carr from reaching his full Hall of Fame potential, but he nonetheless became the face of the team. Aging star Lenny Wilkens joined him in the backcourt for a couple years. Day one Cavalier Bingo Smith and 1974 draft pick Campy Russell held down the front court. In the mid-70s, the Cavaliers moved out of their old downtown arena to Milletti's brand new Richfield Coliseum in the suburbs. And from Richfield, the Cavs tried something new. Victory. Fitch won Coach of the Year, conducting a lively 49-win season in 75-76. Those Cavs depended on Jim Chones down low and got a boost of veteran know-how from a mid-season acquisition. Old Akron-born star Nate Thurmond. But Cleveland could get scoring from basically anywhere in their deep, super balanced rotation. That first winning season begot a first-ever playoff series. Cleveland's gripping back and forth with the Washington Bullets came down to the wire. Over 20,000 fans packed the Coliseum to watch Dick Snyder's terrific Game 7, which climaxed with this weird banked-in floater to go up 2 in the final seconds. On the last-ditch Bullets possession, Cleveland tipped the inbound, then got the stop. The whole building erupted, fans flooding the court in celebration of the so-called miracle at Richmond. Here's iconic Cavs announcer Joe Tate delivering the call with signature enthusiasm.
The Cavaliers have defeated the Washington Bullets 87-85, and the crowd is going berserk at the Coliseum.
people still wonder if those miracle Cavs might have run all the way to the 1976 title. What if Jim Jones had been healthy for the conference finals against the Celtics? Without Jones and his fractured foot, Cleveland went down in 6. The Bill Finch Cavs never matched the miracle, but they kept winning, drawing fans to Richfield Coliseum and making the playoffs. Yes, that's Walt Frazier. Momentum fizzled in 1979 when Cleveland's injured roster slipped to a 30-52 record.
All right, here we go, race 2.
Soon thereafter and went to coach the Celtics, where things turned out pretty well. The Cavs improved somewhat the next season, even though their long-shot campaign to bring 43-year-old Wilt Chamberlain out of retirement failed. Cleveland got new leadership in coach Stan Albeck, plus a breakout scoring season from recent draft pick Mike Mitchell. They fell a few wins short of the playoffs. But the real Cavs stories were happening off the court. Nick Milletti decided it was time to cash out. Majority ownership of the Cavaliers changed hands repeatedly in early 1980, like once every couple weeks. We're about to talk quite a bit about the man who owned the team when the dust settled. But we should first acknowledge something often unsaid or misstated in Cavs history. A short-sighted move made while the dust of Milletti's initial sale was still flying. Again, worse teams receive higher draft picks, especially in this era before the lottery. But in February 1980, the mediocre Cavaliers dealt injured guard Butch Lee and their 1982 first-round pick to the very good Los Angeles Lakers in exchange for bench warmer Don Ford and LA's 1980 first-round pick. Cleveland traded future for present in the middle of the sale. And that, friends, is how the 1982 NBA champion Lakers, already employers of Magic and Kareem, got to select James Worthy first in that summer's draft, because the Cavs had bet on themselves 2 years prior and lost that bet. So let us be clear that Cleveland hampered its own future before this man took control. Not his fault. It's worth noting because everything I'm about to tell you is going to be his fault. This is Theodore J. Stepien. Stepien had been an amateur athlete growing up in Pittsburgh, then served in World War II. After the war, Stepien moved to Cleveland and founded Nationwide Advertising Service, a sprawling operation that placed classified ads in newspapers around the world. The business grew big, Stepien became wealthy, and he invested his newfound capital in Cleveland sports teams, baseball and softball to start. While business boomed, Stepien experienced personal tragedy. Anne, Ted's wife of 26 years, and the mother of his 6 daughters, died in December 1979. I mention this because years later, Stepien's daughter said her father wouldn't have invested time and money in the NBA if not for Anne's passing. Stepien's purchase processed in spring 1980, and not without controversy. During a messy changeover, the league's board of governors questioned Stepien over strange and racist comments he'd made in recent years. He had said Cleveland's baseball team was owned by a Jewish clique and criticized its hiring of a black manager, Frank Robinson. Most relevant was something Stepien had once said about the Cavaliers. If he owned the team, he'd make half the squad white because white people need white heroes. The Cavs, he suggested, had too many black players. Pressed on those remarks, Stepien brushed them aside as marketing and insisted he wasn't prejudiced. Evidently, that was enough for the board because Stepien got approved to buy a majority share of the Cavaliers. The league was pretty desperate to keep its foothold in Cleveland. Stepien pledged to be an involved owner, and he certainly was, not just with basketball operations. Ted was always around the team, delighted with the attention and the hobnobbing. He blustered in earshot of reporters, betraying insecurity, pettiness, and just old-fashioned sleaze. Stepien adorned the Cavs product to fit his own unique tastes, pushing them to be more than a basketball team. He spearheaded gimmicks like a Cavs-themed polka song and a dance team much deeper than the basketball roster. Stepien scouted the gastronomic talents of local legend Boot Buttrick, seen here gallantly pursuing the world record for spaghetti eating. Stepien hired him to perform stunts like biting the tops off beer cans, and you can see why Boot deserved the gig. This was cheesy, relatively harmless entertainment. I emphasize relatively harmless to contrast with the way Stepien promoted his softball franchise in the summer of 1980. Recreating a stunt the baseball team had attempted, Stepien stood atop Terminal Tower in downtown Cleveland and dropped softballs 50-something stories to the street below, where players from the Cleveland competitors waited to catch them. Except he didn't drop them. He threw them outward. And when you know it, a projectile chucked with force from over 50 stories will travel a parabola well beyond the building's footprint. One wayward softball shattered the wrist of this poor bystander. Another injured someone's shoulder. One dented a car. The dude couldn't see the ground hundreds of feet below, which was by this point filled with panicked, scattering pedestrians. Eventually, Stepien opted for a gentler drop and got the catch he was looking for. The players looked happy to end the ordeal. This post-stunt interview with Stepien is a pretty good glimpse into the man's psyche. He's so matter-of-fact.
Really told me what the exact situation was because it was very unfortunate.
So casually boastful.
They lost softball, and I felt I could do what they wanted me to do is get the ball down to a player to catch the ball.
So quick to pass off blame after pelting people with softballs from the sky.
They told me that I should throw the ball 90 feet, which was incorrect, so when I threw the first ball, it was too far.
Oh, and always promoting, however awkward.
Well, I introduced one of our Cavalier ticket sellers, Dan Marin, so we had to put that in for you.
Okay.
So that's the extracurricular decision making. Now let's talk about the basketball decisions. Wantonly heaving softballs off a skyscraper is actually a pretty good metaphor there. Stepien's foremost flaw as a leader was misplaced trust, a disastrous pattern of delegation. He was the kind of guy who'd send a random ad salesman on a basketball scouting trip. This trait stood out from day one. Stepien's first major front office hire was Bill Musselman. Musselman had been away from the game for a bit. He got the gig thanks to a coordinated campaign, with friends like baseball manager Billy Martin singing his praises. That did the trick, but not everyone was as dazzled as Stepien. Ohioans knew Musselman as the super intense former coach of the hated University of Minnesota. Specifically, he was the guy whose 1972 team delivered this deliberate-looking knee to a defenseless Ohio State player, sending him to the hospital and instigating a huge brawl. So, not the most popular guy locally. People remembered the fight, and they blamed Bill Musselman. But now it was Musselman's job to help build a decent roster for Cavs head coach Stan interesting. Sensing doom, Coach Stan Albeck broke contract and fled for a job with the Spurs. To Musselman's delight, Stepien was like, okay, I guess you're coach now. For a general manager, Stepien settled on Don Delaney. Delaney's most recent relevant experience was as the coach of Stepien's softball team, Tight. Over just a few months, this brain trust would perform an astounding demolition. Thanks to trades, the 80-81 Cavs bore little resemblance to the team Stepien inherited. Before the season began, out went Foots Walker. Cleveland ditched their starting point guard and best passer, notably in exchange for a white player, Roger Fegler. Foots was delighted to be free from Stepien. The day after that trade, out went Campy Russell, one of Cleveland's top scorers. Russell had gone on the record about Stepien's racism. He'd also drawn Musselman's ire already for no discernible reason. Russell, too, was glad to be gone. He could tell Cleveland was headed the wrong way. The guys Cleveland got back in trades, guys who had no say in becoming Cavaliers, didn't have the juice to turn things around. And the regular season only brought more trades. Out went big man Dave Robish. Robish had just signed a contract extension during the Stepien takeover, but didn't exactly hit it off with Musselman. Cleveland traded Robish for a package centered around Kim Hughes, one of the worst shooters in the NBA, a guy whose main contribution to the Cavs was painting his dick green on St. Patrick's Day. While their teammates vanished, the poor souls stuck in Cleveland, both new and old, grew mutinous. Musselman drew their ire with stuff like wildly allocating playing time, and he made players wait around for practice to start while he finished racquetball games. For this fan base,
trying to beat my time.
Short-term strife and roster damage weren't the worst of it. Remember, bad teams should not trade draft picks. They need those picks to add talent. Well, despite losing, despite already missing some future selections, Stepien's crew continued the trend of dumping picks. One team in particular reaped the benefits of Cleveland's complacency.
No fees or minimums and no overdraft fees are another reason banking with Capital One is an even easier decision than this.
I'll take Barkley.
Yep! Yep, even easier than that. What's in your world?
The NBA expanded to include the Dallas Mavericks in the early 1980s. The Mavs actually snagged Austin Carr when Cleveland left him unprotected during the 1980 ownership change. Kind of an unceremonious farewell for the team's first star. Carr joined the typical motley roster of an expansion team, but it didn't stay that way for long. In September 1980, the Cavs traded their 1984 first-rounder to the Mavericks. A month later, they sent this package to the Mavs. Bill Robinzine, whom they'd just acquired for Campy Russell, plus 2 future first-round picks in 83 and 86. Dallas coach Dick Motta once said he was afraid to take much for fear he'd miss a call from the Cavs, and he got them on the horn one more time that season. In February, the Mavs completed their set, acquiring Cleveland's 1985 first-rounder. Dallas went on to make the Western Conference Finals in 1988, just their 8th season of existence. These, in order of win shares, were the top 8 players on that 53-win team. Here are the ones they acquired using Cleveland's draft picks earlier in the decade. Dallas set up most of an elite rotation in like 3 phone calls with Ted Stepien and friends. Just to game this out because it's absurd, note that the Mavericks didn't even draft that well with Cleveland's picks.
Oh, God, okay.
Had Clyde Drexler at 83. Sam Perkins was good, but not even close to the best player in the legendary 84 draft. Charles Barkley was the very next pick. Karl Malone was still on the board when the Mavs picked Detlef Schrempf in 85. We'll come back to that draft later. My point is, the Cleveland Cavaliers could have added any of these exciting 80s rookies if Stepien hadn't already surrendered their rights to Dallas. And the guys Cleveland got in return, aside from maybe Jeff Houston, didn't amount to much with the Cavaliers. Some of them didn't even have a chance. The most baffling example was that of Jerome Whitehead, acquired in the October 1980 deal that cost Cleveland 2 future first-rounders. The Cavs released Whitehead 18 days after that trade, straight up cut him for nothing, after sacrificing a huge part of their future for the guy. These transactions alarmed the NBA so much that the league stepped in and required all Cavalier trades get approval from above. They do not normally do that. Meanwhile, the team lost. They lost games, they lost fans. Just 5 years after their miracle playoff run, the Cavs were plummeted, far removed from title aspirations. Critics piled on with good reason. Feeling victimized, Stepien lashed out. Tired of the brutal honesty, Stepien drove beloved announcer Joe Tate away from the team and actually sued local radio station 3WE. He even physically attacked reporters. To be fair, I can see why his feelings were hurt. And Stepien counted plenty of enemies outside the media. Almost from the start, he threatened the whole city by insinuating he might leave the team. And as losses mounted, Stepien passed off blame. He fired the PR guy. He removed Bill Musselman as coach, reassigned him to the front office and replaced him with Don Delaney, the softball guy, someone who'd only ever coached basketball at the junior college level. Cleveland did have some bright spots on the court in '81. All-star Mike Mitchell, decent wings of different ages in Fegley and Randy Smith, improving power forward Kenny Carr. A rookie by the name of Bill Laimbeer broke out as a strong rebounder after other big guys departed. Within the next year, Stepien and Musselman would get rid of every person I just named. All of them. But 1981 brought changes to NBA labor relations. The Players Association had fought for and won a bit more control.
I'll just pretend I'm running from the police.
In the aftermath of a landmark court settlement, certain players could sign offer sheets with teams other than their own. If your old team wouldn't match the contract offer you got, they would have to let you walk. Today, we would call this restricted free agency. Now that some players could exercise some modicum of choice, Stepien wanted them to choose the Cavs. He was all over those offer sheets, cost me damned. After all, this was a guy who idolized George Steinbrenner, by this point famous for spending big to build the mighty New York Yankees. Stepien offered free agent Otis Birdsong $1 million a year, plus bonuses, the type of contract reserved at the time for the best of the best. Birdsong had already rejected Cleveland several times, but Stepien just kept pushing his number higher until it was undeniable. Cleveland's Birdsong offer actually got matched, but it jolted the whole market. Other owners were compelled to pony up unprecedented money to retain stars. They grumbled about whether the guy who had set the bar so high could actually afford these pricey offers. The Cavs' biggest of several successful free agency signings was James Edwards, a pretty good forward who described Cleveland with the zeal of someone paid like a superstar to move there. With new blood and mounting payroll, the 81-82 Cavs sucked. The so-called Cleveland Cadavers went 15-67, matching the failure of their first ever season as a franchise. It's really something when a player you scouted and acquired says you don't know basketball. But Stepien wasn't going to take the blame. He spent the season blazing through coaches. Stepien fired his pal Delaney after 15 games, but kept him on as GM. Loyal guy. After 3 games of interim Bob Kloppenberg and a no thank you from Hubie Brown, Stepien brought in a new hire, Philadelphia assistant Chuck Daly. Daly arrived eager to make something work, but in the near term, the Cavs kept losing. Players insisted it wasn't Daly's fault. The roster just didn't make sense, but Stepien wasn't hearing it. He fired Coach Daly before the newcomer could even move into a home. Aborting a career stint Daly would later dub My 93 Days at the Richfield Holiday Inn. Stepien replaced Daly with Bill fucking Musselman, charming and popular as ever. Musselman bemoaned a roster he had helped build, and later got accused by coworkers of threatening to fire them, harassing them with creepy phone calls, and spying. On the night Cleveland tied their worst ever record, Ted Stepien threw a reporter out of the Coliseum, then held a champagne party in the locker room. Players felt humiliated. Stepien said losing was their fault anyway. The players were all doing drugs. They were like, no man, you just did a very bad job building this team. Cleveland entered the 1982 offseason owning a rare draft pick they'd acquired by trading Laimbeer. And they burned the pick on John Bagley, a player ranked so much lower by other teams that they thought the selection was a prank. You know, a draft goof. A new Cleveland GM said his employer had made historically bad deals. A new coach said it would be tough for the Cavs to improve with no draft picks until like 2003. Funny choice of year there. Fans, meanwhile, had reason to believe the Cleveland Cavaliers wouldn't even exist in 2003. Stepien's earlier threats of relocating festered. He flirted publicly with the idea of moving the Cavs or selling them to someone non-local. Entering 1983, Stepien had numerous potential new owners lined up, including Don King. Yes, that Don King. Clevelanders prayed for a local buyer, the obvious pick being the Gunn family, owners of the Richfield Coliseum. But selling out of Cleveland seemed likeliest. Stepien spoke on a Canadian radio show about a buyer in Toronto. Pete Franklin, a talk radio guy Stepien once sued, phoned into that show to call Stepien a dumbbell. While the Toronto possibility loomed, other deals fell apart amid Stepien's hasty attempts to undo folly and recoup money. Stepien offloaded his signature free agent signing for cash, just so he can make payroll. Years later, James Edwards became a member of the Detroit Pistons, where he won 2 NBA championships with a couple former Cavs, future Hall of Fame coach Chuck Daly, and all-star forward Bill Laimbeer. Detroit actually got Dennis Rodman with a Cavaliers pick too. Anyway, back in March of '83, the Cavs roster once again slumps to a 59-loss season, despite the best efforts of new star World B. Free. And the Cavs franchise was all but gone over the board. The deal was publicly regarded as done. Stepien had new branding and everything. From the ashes of the Cavaliers, the Toronto Towers were nearly born. Fans were irate. They wanted the owner gone, not Cleveland's only NBA franchise ever. Yeah, attendance was down, but that's because people refused to pay professional prices for Stepien's amateur product. From Boston, former Miracle Cavs coach Bill Fitch pleaded for an alternative. Cleveland had damn good fans, fans who deserved better. But Stepien was not budging from the Toronto. Nothing was going to change his mind. The Cleveland Cavaliers were dead. Victim of homicide by Ted Stepien. And yet, here we are in 2016. The Cleveland Cavaliers exist. Moments ago, Kyrie Irving stared down a chance to play hero in the last minute of a Finals Game 7. He isolated, rocked the ball back and forth into his right hand, pulled up, and...
One-on-one, Irving puts it up. It's good! Kyrie Irving from downtown! And the Cavaliers by 3!
One of the most critical, cold-blooded baskets in NBA history belonged to the Cleveland Cavaliers, because this team, unlike Ted Stepien's, traded for a top draft pick. They valued the opportunity to choose. But still plenty of game left. Back came the Warriors. Stephen Curry drew a dangerous switch against Cavs big man Kevin Love. We should examine how these guys got here. Doing so will help us unwind the path the lowly Toronto-bound Cavaliers of the 1980s took to reach here. Before we watch this moment in history, we'll need to rewind a whole lot more.
Come on. Come on. Come on, damn it. Come on. That's all. Alright.
An iconic shot. Like Capital Group's new ETFs, there's so much behind it. Like navigating ups and downs. Can I find an ETF with a whole lot behind it? With Capital Group, I can.
Yeah, man, I'm up there with Kyle Busch and them. Come on now. Yeah. Yeah. We ready. Let's get it popped off. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Giddy up, horsey. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh shit.
Mattress Firm.
304.
Save up to 60% off.
304. You know what that means, right? 304.
Unjunk your sleep.
304. I'm the GOAT.
It's June 19th, 2016.
I'm the GOAT.
Here in Oakland, California,
I'm the GOAT.
the Cleveland Cavaliers stand
I'm the
just
GOAT.
seconds away from
I'm the
winning
young,
Game 7 of the
hot,
NBA Finals against
rookie,
the Golden State Warriors.
handsome,
This was
charismatic
the first
NASCAR GOAT.
in 46
It's me.
years of existence.
It's me.
An achievement that looked impossible by the end of the Ted Stepien era. Nobody in 1983 expected the Cleveland Cavaliers to keep existing, let alone win a title. A lot has changed. and the line between then and now swerves in every direction. Before we witness this special Cavs moment, we need to recall the second chapter in franchise history, its rescue and rebirth under new leadership, and its second death at the hands of those notorious Reavers. Bad moves, bad luck, and one very bad man. We need to rewind. Less than a minute ago, the wizardly point guard Cleveland drafted in 2011 made the biggest play of his career. Kyrie Irving's heroic three-pointer bought the Cavs a late three-point lead with a title on it. But the Warriors immediately came the other way with a chance to pull even. This screen set up a threatening mismatch. Scary moment for Cavs fans, and we will see how it went. But first, let's talk about how these men got here. Stories that connect to the second era of Cavaliers history, starting with Kevin Love. Go back a bit and you'll see that the Cavs acquired Love in a 2014 trade. It was a welcome change for the big guy. Love was an outstanding power forward in college at UCLA, even if he hadn't quite figured out his facial hair. His reward for collegiate excellence was getting picked 5th in the 2008 draft, consigned to begin his pro career with the lowly Minnesota Timberwolves. For his first 6 seasons, Love played elite ball, often at an all-star or all-NBA level, alone. The Wolves didn't surround him with talent and never made the postseason. They wasted the charity of high draft position, the opportunity to choose players. Love grew frustrated after 6 seasons stuck losing in Minnesota, but he feared penalty if he demanded a trade. Thankfully for Kevin, the Cavaliers desired a ready-made star and dealt the Wolves some promising young players so they could have him. In a way, this trade resembled those of the old bad Cavs from Chapter 1. Cleveland punted on tomorrow's potential to summon veteran
They don't even
talent
got no
today.
black people on here.
But in this case, the
racist.
modern-day Cavaliers traded with sound purpose at the right moment. In Love, Cleveland acquired a leading rebounder, a knockdown shooter, the kind of potent third option a great team needs. And a couple years later, here was Love defending a pivotal possession with a title on the line. Good trade. That is an important development in Cavaliers history. Trades allow a franchise to transfer players and assets from another team,
Can you get dreadlocks?
but only by offering the same in return. That means sacrifice, and it means disruption, so you gotta deal at the right time for the right reasons. We know how ill-considered trades soured the first chapter of Cavaliers history. We left our last rewind in 1983 with a barren, hopeless roster all but packed up for a move to Toronto. Let's remember how the Cavs survived Ted Stepien, and then met whole new forms of devastation. It's gonna get black and white for a sec, don't be alarmed. During World War I, the United States passed the Trading with the Enemy Act, which authorized the seizure of German assets in
I
the
can't
U.S.
get black eye.
This is how Bayer lost its American patent for aspirin. After Prohibition, an American brewer named George Gund Jr. capitalized heavily on the purchase and sale of this so-called alien property, like the decaf coffee brand now known as Senko. Decades later, 2 of Gund's sons, George III and Gordon, invested that wealth in pro sports, hockey in particular. By the early 1980s, the Gunds owned Richfield Coliseum, which served as the suburban Ohio home of the Cleveland Cavaliers, although not for long. After stripping the team bare, obliterating future draft rights, and infuriating the fan base, Cavs owner Ted Stepien was 99.9% set on moving the franchise to Toronto. The team had a new name and everything. The brothers Gund had tried to stop the move. Ted insisted he heard their offer in good faith, they just couldn't work things out. But in a surprise turn late in the '83 season, Stepien relented. Gordon and George Gund put up $20 million or so to not only keep the Cavs at their arena, but also take over Stepien's advertising business. The Cleveland Cavaliers were saved. Ted Stepien was gone. But as we've established, Stepien had not only damaged the existing team, but hampered its future by selling off first-round draft picks in the years to come. Stepien's lasting NBA legacy is a bylaw that forbids teams from trading future first-round selections in consecutive drafts. It persists to this day. The more immediate effects of his mismanagement needed a more immediate remedy, so NBA lawyer David Stern made an unusual arrangement. The Cavs didn't receive their original picks back, but the Guns were allowed to pay $500,000 to add a bonus Cavaliers pick to each of the next 4 drafts. This was an unprecedented act of pity, and some owners didn't like it, but everyone knew the post-Stepien Cavs were embarking on a unique rescue mission. While George III carried on with the family's hockey investments, his brother Gordon became the face and principal decision-maker for that Cavs rescue. Gordon Gund is an interesting guy. Accomplished, gregarious, philanthropic beyond measure, and by the time he took over the Cavs, completely unable to see because of a genetic condition called retinitis pigmentosa. Even without sight, Gund became famous among reporters for his ability to connect with people and to command a room with incredible hearing and the ability to memorize the positions of people around him. For everything else, there was Joe Tate. In the summer of '83, Gund rehired the beloved announcer Stepien had driven out of Cleveland for being too critical. The voice of the Cavaliers stuck around until his retirement just a few years ago, as it was meant to be. Gund entrusted Tate's voice with matters of friendship, like mapping out the food on his dinner plate. And when it came to business, the owner knew he could count on Tate's radio call for an honest, vivid assessment of the on-court product. That product was kinda rough at the outset. World B. Free was the top performer in those early days, a scoring star too cool to worry about his hairline. Free did his best to put on a show during the mid-'80s transition period. Another post-Stepien holdover was executive Harry Weltman, who stayed on as GM and gave George Karl his first NBA coaching job with the '84-'85 Cavaliers. Those Cavs finished 36-46 and actually made the postseason. Free led his younger teammates in a shockingly competitive series against Larry Bird's Celtics, but Cleveland fell in Game 4 against the eventual Eastern champions. To keep improving, the Cavs needed to nail the draft selections they bought from the NBA. As you know, that is how losing, unappealing teams fix themselves, by choosing new players who probably wouldn't have chosen them. But the front office led by Weltman wasted those first 3 bonus picks. Future All-Star Doc Rivers sat on the board when the Cavs picked 24th in 1983, but they passed on him. The Cavs famously lacked their 4th pick in the loaded 1984 draft and thus couldn't claim Charles Barkley, but they still could have snagged John Stockton at 12 and chose not to. In 1985, the Cavaliers had the chance to pick Karl Malone 9th. Instead, they selected Cleveland's own Charles Oakley, a fine enough pick, until they dealt him to the Chicago Bulls in an inexplicable trade. By the end of the '85-'86 season, the Cavs were a normal basketball team, but not a good one. So they started from scratch. Weltman fired Coach Karl, and then he got fired himself. Gordon Gund had new leadership in mind.
I always planned on working with animals, but I never planned on my health coverage costing so much. Fortunately, Farm Bureau Health Plans helped me get the coverage I need for less.
the legal fallout of a college point shaving scandal. These 4 players, all recruited through the draft, would play a huge role in the Cavs' return to excellence. Doherty was the centerpiece, with refined skills down low. Hot Rod his perfect complement at forward. Harper provided scoring from the wing, and Price would soon prove his brilliance at point guard. To lead them, Embry hired Lenny Wilkens, once an all-star and early Cavs player who'd since become a title-winning head coach. And yes, a black person. Eat shit, guy from the job interview. Eat shit, racist hate mail. In year 1, the Cavs lost games while the youngsters got their feet wet, but they still played some of the NBA's stingiest defense. In year 2, Embry accelerated progress by trading future for present, like the Cavs of yesteryear, but with actual purpose. Cleveland sacrificed some young players, including sharp rookie Kevin Johnson, to acquire established veteran contributors. Larry Nance and Mike Sanders fleshed out an imposing frontcourt rotation, one that allowed Coach Wilkins the flexibility to bring Hot Rod off the bench if he wanted. That did the trick. The '88 Cavs secured the franchise's first winning record since the '70s and returned to the playoffs. At long last, Cleveland was ready to compete. But with whom? Well, during the same years the Cavs pieced together a playoff-ready roster, their divisional neighbors rode a one-man skyrocket to the same point. The Chicago Bulls chose Michael Jordan with the 3rd selection in the 1984 NBA draft. By 1988, Jordan had become, the best player in the NBA, a phenom and an artist, the clear-cut league MVP and Defensive Player of the Year at age 25. Draft picks are the gift that keeps on giving. As long as you don't give away the gifts, Ted. In contrast to the balanced Cavs attack, the '87-'88 Bulls watched Jordan average 35 points a night for the 2nd straight season, just an astounding portion of scoring for one person. He'd hung 52 on the shorthanded Cavs during the regular season win in December. In a closer March contest, the Cavs swarmed Jordan's last shot, but Charles Oakley, the burly garbage collector originally drafted by Cleveland, tipped home the game winner. MJ did have some help. But Jordan's Bulls had been swiftly eliminated from the prior 3 Bulls seasons.
What?
MJ had just one playoff game victory to his name, let alone a whole series win. So the MVP still had a lot to prove. He didn't want to be remembered as just a scorer for an also-ran team. To level up his reputation, Jordan would have to thwart these 6th-seeded Cavaliers, who were embarking on their own maiden playoff voyage. And good Lord, could that man thwart. Ron Harper was Cleveland's MJ specialist, but Harper had to sit game 1 with a nagging ankle injury. Jordan hung 50 points on the 2nd stringer, Craig Elo.
Come on, baby, come on.
Harper returned for game 2, but look at him trying to fight over a screen. He wasn't himself.
Yeah.
Before that game, MJ suggested he'd rather face Harper than Elo, which felt a little like trolling, but Jordan dropped 55 in another Bulls win, so who am I to disagree? And while MJ's excellence headlined the 2 wins in Chicago, the former Cleveland draft pick, Oakley, pitched in as a rebounder and second scorer. Back in Cleveland for Game 3, Mark Price broke out for 31 points to command a home win in his first career home playoff game. In Game 4, Harper took over. That was the beauty of these Cavs. Anyone could take the reins. Jordan put up his usual absurd numbers, but didn't get enough help from people like Charles Oakley. In the closing seconds of Game 4, Harper poached Scottie Pippen's inbound pass to Dave Corzine, some typical Cavs defense to secure the series tie. After a dormant decade, the playoff atmosphere crackled to life at Richfield Coliseum. It was palpable on the broadcast. Imagine your
Tony Stewart
hearing this ecstatic Joe Tate call over the roar of the crowd.
Jordan goes with 7 seconds remaining. Harper goes to the line, and they're going to Chicago on Sunday.
But Chicago hosted the final winner-go-home Game 5, and that decisive contest foreshadowed some of the dynasty to come. Jordan performed masterfully as usual, and Pippen, Chicago's unsung rookie, justified a surprise last-second starting knock, leading a comeback with the best performance of his young career. Cleveland had life in the final minute. Harper picked Jordan's pocket to feed a clean Price pull-up that cut Chicago's lead to 3. But next time down, Jordan and Oakley busted ass on the boards to ensure Game 5 would not come down to the last possession. 2 icy Jordan free throws clinched his first series victory, denying Wayne Embry's Cavs the same. But more opportunities ahead. Embry's roster had playoff experience now, and they were well positioned to run it back in '89. Only one rotation player departed, although given the nascent rivalry with MJ and the Bulls, it is notable that it was a 2-guard, young shooter Del Curry. Cleveland left Curry unprotected in an expansion draft, and the brand new Charlotte Hornets snagged him. Cleveland stayed otherwise intact for the '89 campaign. The kids improved, the recently acquired vets got a full training camp, and the Cavs found sweet harmony. Wilkins commanded the second most efficient defense in the whole NBA. Nance's skyscraping blocks highlighted Cleveland's impenetrable interior. By February, the team once known as the Cleveland Cadavers held the league's best record. Wilkins thus got to coach the '89 Eastern All-Stars, which included a chunk of his own squad. Cleveland's keystone, Doherty, made his second straight appearance. Nance joined in for the first time since '85. And the third Cavalier All-Star really turned heads, Mark Price. The little guy whose '86 trade acquisition got Wayne Embry in trouble with the Pacers burst out as one of the best point guards in the NBA. Dead-eye shooting the ball, shifty handling and dishing it among the well-balanced Cavalier attack. No less than Isaiah Thomas, fellow All-Star point guard from the despised Detroit Pistons, was floored by Price's performance. Isaiah saw a guard quicker than himself, who'd risen from second-round pick to star incredibly fast. That little shit could flat out play. With all this going for them, the Cavs were the team on the rise.
Okay, so
Magic
this
Johnson
track is
had
a little
dubbed
different from the
Cleveland
last
the team
one.
of the '90s, but some experts were impressed right now, even predicting a title in '89. Isaiah's defending Eastern champion Pistons didn't love that, and made a point to not only beat the Cavs, but beat them up. In late February, Detroit big guy Rick Mahorn concussed Price with a deliberate-looking elbow, and Price wasn't quite himself the rest of the year. Before season's end, Detroit pulled ahead of Cleveland in the standings. But the playoffs mattered most, and before any potential Pistons matchup, the Cavs had to face a familiar first-round opponent in unfamiliar circumstances.
Whatever flavor the moment calls for, there's a Modelo Chelada that's just right. Authentic Mexican beer with a taste for the vibrant. Modelo Chelada, now in new Naranja Picosa, the flavor of the fighting spirit.
These were different Bulls. Oakley was gone, MJ was at odds with coach Doug Collins, and Chicago had regressed to just 47 wins. Unlike in '88, Cleveland entered with a superior record, a convincing win streak against the Bulls, and home court advantage at Richfield. Some expected a Cavs sweep, but not for long. Price missed Game 1 of the 5-game series with an injured groin. Craig Elo started in place of Cleveland's leading scorer, and the Cavs just weren't the same team. Chicago stole Game 1 against an opponent Pippen described as dead without Price. But Harper broke out in Game 2 to secure a split at home, and after losing Game 3, the Cavs pulled off the unexpected in Game 4 at Chicago Stadium. Jordan dropped 50 on the Cavs yet again, but looked furious at himself for missing 2 of 4 crucial free throws in the last minute of regulation. In the midst of a disappointing offensive series, Doherty at least outshot Jordan from the free throw line in Game 4, including these two even-keeled makes that sent the game to overtime. In OT, Jordan fouled out, and the combined scoring of Nance, Price, and Harper carried the day. So, Cleveland set up another do-or-die Game 5, at home this time, a major fork in the road. Wilkins had by this point committed to a taller lineup, one that forced Pippen to guard Larry Nance. But Game 5 was still an off night for Cleveland's bigs, who carried a variety of injuries. The guards kept the Cavs in. Gritty performances from Harper and Price, and heroic scoring from the sixth man, Craig Elo. Chicago took a lead into the final minute after Jordan found Pippen for a corner three to just beat the shot clock. But Elo responded with a three of his own, and then got payback for this painful Jordan bucket. Wilkins drew up a gorgeous inbound give and go to spring Elo for the double clutch finish that put the Cavs up one with just seconds left. One stop would earn this Cleveland squad their first playoff series victory. Wilkins stuck Elo on Jordan to get that stop, and he did not. MJ hung in the air seemingly forever to cap a 44-point outing with this series-deciding bucket. A moment so famous that people just call it the shot. 1 year after failing to upset the Bulls, Cleveland got upset by the Bulls. They couldn't believe it. Said Ron Harper, "It is not over. I refuse to believe it is over." At least for him, it was over. Harper had always stood out a bit from the splendid '86 draft class that formed this team's foundation. Ron was a local guy with a newly minted local agent, Mark Termini, who fought hard for one of his first clients. Harper actually held out for a couple weeks of his first Cavs training camp until Termini and Wayne Embry could reach terms on a rookie contract. And playing where you grew up has its downsides. Embry and the Cavs heard rumors about Harper's friends and irritated him by fussing over the company he kept. Now 25 years old, Harper opened the '89-90 season on the verge of a breakout, Cleveland's best hope of rebounding from that brutal playoff defeat. Sparkling early numbers put Ron on pace to become an NBA All-Star in the same state where he'd won high school and college honors. But the voices whispering to Cavs management grew louder. League security got word that the DEA was poking around Harper's friends, that he might actually get subpoenaed as part of an investigation. Sports executives at the time were particularly sensitive to drug scandals. The NBA was still reeling from Len Bias's tragic death in 1986. In Cleveland, Don Rogers of the Browns died from an overdose the same month as Bias. Another Brown, Kevin Mack, got an obscene prison sentence for a cocaine bust that very summer. Some former Cavaliers had been part of the sprawling Phoenix Suns drug scandal in '87. So when he was apprised of a potential investigation, Gordon Gunn made up his mind instantly. Embry dithered and Wilkins pleaded, but Gunn wanted Harper gone, now. Embry was compelled to trade a celebrated local talent at the top of his game. The decision made everyone miserable, Coach Wilkins especially. And the eventual trade was grim in basketball terms, too. This is not the name you want invoked after a Cleveland Cavs.
I did it, 17, I did it.
The desperate Cavs found their taker in the mediocre Los Angeles Clippers, who also milked some draft picks out of the deal. Harper, who had no say in his move, played some excellent years in LA, even after tearing his ACL. Later on, when he gained free agency, Harper chose a new role alongside this old friend of the Cavs. The drug stuff never amounted to much. The agent, Mark Termini, would never let the Cavs forget that. Harper maintains to this day that the Cavs could have won titles in the '90s if they only kept him. Let's see what...
Let's go!
Cleveland's return package in the '89 trade centered around an important figure in our story, Danny Ferry. LA had picked the Duke Stars second in the 1989 draft, but Ferry bailed on them to play in Italy, and he would not return in season. Embry predicted, or perhaps prayed, that Ferry would be worth the delay, like some others who didn't join the NBA immediately. While they waited, the sullen, depleted 1990 Cavaliers struggled. They hadn't exactly planned for Harper's departure, having lost utility forward Mike Sanders and backfilled with young guys meant for the bench, like Steve Kerr and Chucky Brown. And to make matters worse, health betrayed our protagonists. Doherty and Nance endured difficult recoveries from off-season surgery, and Price opened the season hurt as well. Cleveland ended up losing 40 games, including all 5 of their meetings with the Bulls. As if to jab his thumb in the hole vacated by Ron Harper, Jordan scored a career-high 69 points against Craig Elo and friends at Richfield in March. The Cavaliers made the playoffs, but the Sixers took care of them in the first round. Chicago and Detroit battled for the East, while the Cavs could only watch. The 91 season was worse. It took a substantial salary to retrieve Ferry from Europe. That deal, plus a generous new contract to prevent restricted free agent Hot Rod Williams from departing, put the Cavaliers well over the salary cap. Too bad, because while Ferry played an adequate enough career in Cleveland, his knees were in bad shape and his performance never came close to justifying the Harper trade. Hot Rod injured his foot early in the 91 season and ended up playing just 43 games. Price's year was cut short by a torn ACL. Lenny Wilkins' once elite defense fell below league average, and the Cavs finished just 33-49. The team of the 90s missed the 1991 playoffs. Jordan and company planted their flag in the decade by winning the title. And then, 5 more.
Yo, have you tried Tubi? It's my go-to for free movies and TV shows.
You know I can't screw this up.
It's got the largest library ever.
Is that what it does?
Hop on the streaming please. What about you? Download Tubi today.
No matter what the Cavaliers did, the Bulls never let them any closer than they got in 1989. And it's not like Cleveland stayed bad. Lottery-picked point guard Terrell Brandon brought some extra burst in 1992. And that was just icing on the cake of a bounce-back year for the vets. Price in particular looked shockingly great after ACL surgery, picking and rolling with a healthy frontcourt. The 92 Cavs won a regular season game by the largest margin in NBA history. Cleveland racked up 148 points without a single individual cracking 20, a perfect encapsulation of the ensemble effort that made them great. Those revitalized Cavs went on to win their first playoff series under Wilkins, with Doherty playing some of his best ball to outgun Drazen Petrovic and the Nets. Then came a grueling second-round win against the fading Larry Bird Celtics. A bit later than expected, the Cavs had arrived. Unfortunately, the Bulls never left. 1992 Eastern Conference Finals. Cleveland actually snatched an early road win against Chicago, but squandered it. They got an uneven MJ outing in Game 6, but squandered it. Nance dominated Game 6, and Price gutted through a bum ankle, but the point guard dribbled off his foot on a crucial play in the final minute. Yet another Cavaliers season ended against Chicago, at home, in defeat. The Harper trade haunted the Cavs, not just because they lacked a star wing to battle MJ in that conference final loss, but because they felt stuck in place. Even though the 91-92 roster finally punched through to the conference finals and earned Embry Executive of the Year, it still wasn't enough to match Chicago, and high salary left little room to improve. Adding Gerald Wilkins wasn't going to change Cleveland's fortune in the 1993 playoffs. This time, the Bulls swept the Cavs in the second round. Despite a sprained wrist, Jordan ended that series on yet another contested dagger of a jump shot in front of 21,000 heartbroken Cleveland fans. Again.
This crowd is stuck!
By the end of its life, Richfield Coliseum belonged to MJ. Even during Jordan's baseball days, the Bulls prevailed. The Cavs got a new coach in Mike Fratello and some new young contributors, but the front court injuries resurfaced. Chicago swept Cleveland again in the 1994 playoffs. Because of those injuries, 94 marked the final career games for both Nance and the much younger Darby. Price and Hot Rod were the only members of that late 80s core to join the Cavs in their move to Gund Arena in downtown Cleveland and to wear these jerseys, which I gotta say have grown on me over the years. Coach Fratello leaned on younger lineups, but filled that new arena with the slowest, muddiest basketball you'll ever see. The Cavs settled into middling seasons that ended with either a first-round exit or, in the case of 1997, defeat in a do-or-die Game 82 of the regular season, which could have clinched the 8th seed. Stung by the unfulfilled promise of the 90s, Cavs ownership felt the itch to just go get a superstar, an MJ of their own. It wasn't yet obvious, but Cleveland had royally whiffed a prime opportunity to get that guy in the 1996 draft. That night, the Cavs selected Vitaly Potapenko, 12th overall. Kobe Bryant was still on the board, and Peja Stojakovic, and Steve Nash. Looks pretty bad in retrospect. When you fail to choose the superstar that fell in your lap and can't persuade a superstar to choose you, you gotta force the issue. Gordon Gund was done waiting, done settling for Plan B. He wanted the guy, or as close to that as possible. The reluctant Embry thus swung a 1997 trade for disgruntled Sonics forward Sean Kemp, who Cleveland convinced to stick around with a huge new contract offer. The move earned Embry another Executive of the Year award, but while the Cavs' pricey new star kept them above water, he didn't take them anywhere of note.
People, I'll be right back after a quick commercial break.
Mother dearest, what do you want for Christmas?
There's nothing I want.
You say this every year, and if you don't have anything to open, we don't hear the end of it.
I told you, I want nothing.
If nothing's what she wants, nothing is what she can get with you. Nothing. A box of nothing but 100% air, ready gift wrapped so that she doesn't feel completely empty-handed even when she really is left with nothing. Nothing retails in 3 sizes theirs. A little bit of nothing for £2.99. What a load of nothing for £6.99, or nothing for everyone for £19.99. Relatives abroad, we can even send nothing as a blank email for 99p if you'd rather send nothing electronically.
Oh, son, you shouldn't have...
I didn't.
Nothing. A gift for all our good relatives.
Come on up here, Slimy, and get your gold star for falling down.
Oh, my Slimy!
All right. And our congratulations to Slimy. You are the best at falling down that this reporter has ever seen.
Oh, way to go, Slimy! I told you you were great!
What's the time in Google?
The receptionist who thinks she's more qualified than the hygienist to decide if you need an appointment. Massachusetts Dental Company has availability for NHS and private patients at its flagship branch in Tylerstown.
from Friday night's poetry corner.
There's an ancient garden that I see sometimes in dreams, where the very daytime sunlight plays and glows with delicate gleams, where the budding tinted blossoms seem to wither into gray, and the crumbling walls and pillars waken thoughts of yesterday.
There are vines of nooks and crannies, and there's moss about the pool, and the tangled weedy thicket chokes the arbor dark and cool. And in the silent sunken pathway springs an herbage sparse and spare, where the musty scent of the dead leaves dulls the fragrance of the air.
Meet us every Thursday.
Of note. Injuries and Kemp's declining condition prevented any renewed cohesion between youth and experience. The Cavs missed the playoffs of the 1999 lockout season, and soon thereafter management, new coaching, and a roster in flux around the foundering camp. Ohio guy Jim Paxson took over and emptied the tank in order to, well, tank. Cleveland re-earned their old nickname with a squad comprising grumpy cast-offs and youngsters learning on the fly. There was promise, but not nearly enough. By 2003, the Cleveland Cavaliers owned, for the first time since the Stepien years, the worst record in the NBA. Gordon Gunn had saved them. Wayne Embry had rebuilt them in a flash, and Lenny Wilkens had led them. But injuries, desperate trades, and one bad man in red had snuffed their promise to become the team of the 90s. The Cavs exited the century hollow, barren, dead, again. And yet, here we are. The 2016 Cavs are full of talent, enough to win a championship if the next few seconds pass without mishap. Just seconds ago, Kevin Love, a player Cleveland acquired by trade, faced a tough matchup in the critical possession following Kyrie Irving's three-pointer. Actually, this scene surfaces a long thread of Cavaliers history. Tug that thread with me for just a second. Remember Dick Snyder, hero of the 1976 Miracle at Richfield? Well, a couple years after he hit that game winner against Washington, Snyder signed with Seattle. Cleveland got a couple draft picks as compensation for his departure. That's how it worked back then. The Cavaliers used one of those compensatory draft picks to select Bill Laimbeer. You remember him. In 1982, Ted Stepien traded the future All-Star to Detroit, which was bad, but in return, our friend Ted got a rare first-round draft pick. With that 12th pick in the 1982 draft, the Cavs selected John Bagley, the dude whose scouts ranked so much lower that they thought the pick was a joke. Remember that? Stay with me. So Bagley actually ended up being pretty decent, and in 1987, the Cavs used him in a three-team trade to acquire a guard coming off an intriguing rookie year in Utah. That was Del Curry, who played a very promising sophomore season with the 87-88 Cavaliers. At age 23, Curry broke out as one of the league's better three-point shooters. He could have meant a lot to Cleveland, especially once they traded Ron Harper. But we know what happened in the 1988 expansion draft. Cavs GM Wayne Embry made the tough, regrettable decision to leave Del Curry unprotected. He chose instead to secure Chris Dudley, a shitty backup big man from Yale who had once been the bar fight partner of some kid named Brett Kavanaugh. In claiming the mistakenly unprotected Curry, Charlotte didn't just add an exciting young shooter to their new NBA franchise. Del had just welcomed his first son to the world. Wardell Curry II was born at Akron General Medical Center in March of 1988. But because of his dad's job transfer, Wardell Jr. grew up in North Carolina. In North Carolina, he became a high school basketball star. In North Carolina, he played his way from obscure recruit to national star at tiny Davidson College. The Golden State Warriors drafted Dell's son 7th in 2009, and he developed gradually into one of the sharpest shooting, slickest handling point guards ever to play basketball. And you've probably figured out by now that Wardell Curry II goes by his middle name. The baby gestated in Utah and born in Ohio, but raised in North Carolina because the Cavs wanted to keep Chris Dudley, grew up to become Stephen Curry. This guy. Moments ago, Curry was in position to match Kyrie Irving's dagger through. This is his office, his hunting ground. Steph lives to pull up from deep in the clutch, as he demonstrated with a world-class finish just a few months ago in OKC.
They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Oh, what a shot from Curry!
Mike Breen's voice probably still hurts from that call, but you know he was getting ready for another bang moment. Because, yeah, this was a dangerous matchup. Horrifying for Cavalier fans. Kevin Love has been many things to Cleveland, but lockdown perimeter defender is not one of those things. Love scrambled to force a bailout pass, but Curry retrieved the ball from Draymond Green, pulled a few moves, and...
Back crossover, puts up a three! Rebound, James!
Phew. Bullet dodged. Admirable defense from Love. The Cavaliers kept the lead and regained possession when the rebound fell to another person born at Akron General Medical Center. This person remained in Ohio and became the light at the end of a dark tunnel. While the greatest player of the 1990s destroyed Cavalier hopes, the greatest player of the 2000s was growing just a few miles away. It's time to meet LeBron James.
This is Antonelli's Tea Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because we earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit on purchase.
came to Cleveland and had a fine Cavs career, albeit nowhere near good enough to justify that critical trade. Ferry played his last few seasons for Greg Popovich and then joined the Spurs front office. He took a Cavs interview in '05 with no intention of leaving San Antonio. But Ferry hit it off with Gilbert and ended up accepting his first general manager job. So this guy, who had little choice over his role in the Cavs' past, now got to determine the Cavs' future, and he had no time to waste. Since they never paid Carlos Boozer, the Cavaliers possessed enough salary cap space to sign the best members of an exciting 2005 free agent class. To help Coach Brown get the most out of LeBron James and to ensure James would extend his first contract, Ferry had to convince talented players to choose Cleveland. The Cavs' own Zydrunas Ilgauskas was part of that group. Ferry needed to retain the center, whose Cavs career went so far back that he'd once been Ferry's teammate. Ilgauskas had planned to vacation in China while mulling free agency offers, but the Cavs were not going to let him slip away like Boozer. Dan Gilbert and Mike Brown bought first-class plane tickets just so they could intercept Zydrunas and his wife during their layover at the Los Angeles airport. The team owner and coach hustled through security, which drew some TSA attention since they had no luggage. Then they sprinted around LAX trying to find Big Z, only to realize they were in the wrong terminal. Gilbert and Brown hopped in a van to find the right terminal, went through security again, paused to buy Zydrunas' wife some flowers and a balloon that said, "I love you," then finally found their guy, presumably the only 7'3" person in the airport. Gilbert and Brown gave the Ilgauskases their gifts, bought them lunch, then made an offer. And it worked. Before he boarded his connecting flight, Ilgauskas contacted his agent with instructions to get the deal done. Brown compared the successful mission to Spy Kids 3, specifically the third one. So, the Cavs successfully defended against further pilfering of their front court. To reinforce the backcourt, they'd need to go on the offensive. Fortunately, some excellent, high-scoring NBA guards were seeking new contracts. Joe Johnson, Ray Allen, and Ohio native Michael Redd. Johnson was a restricted free agent, so the incumbent Phoenix Suns could make acquiring him difficult. They ended up trading him to the Hawks for more than Cleveland would offer. Johnson fulfilled his all-star potential in Atlanta. The older Allen and Redd were true free agents, and Cleveland pursued them hard. LeBron recorded each player a pitch video in hopes of attracting a veteran co-star. But while unrestricted free agency gives players the right to choose, the NBA's labor agreement uses maximum salary rules to incentivize staying with your previous team. Allen and Redd got paid and stayed put. So Danny Ferry's first big swings as Cavaliers GM didn't make contact. But with cash to burn and a mandate to build around LeBron, Ferry felt compelled to go get someone. Larry Hughes was a combo guard entering his prime after a solid two-way season in Washington. He was also a spotty shooter with a history of injuries. Hughes had spent a lot of games on the sideline in his March. Rounding out this free agent haul were some shooters. A big sleepy one in Donyell Marshall, and a little spunky one in Damon Jones. Pretty underwhelming outcome to the critical summer of 2005, the first offseason under Gilbert and Ferry. And Cleveland's biggest signing, Hughes, went on to miss a chunk of his first Cavalier season because of a messed up finger. Thankfully, the Cavs still had LeBron. After becoming Rookie of the Year at 19 and an All-Star at 20, LeBron turned 21, threw himself a party, then became arguably the best player in the NBA.
to the green. You ready? Ready? All right, dig, driver. To go. Last lap, this time by. All right, you're clear. Good job, driver. Way to earn that checkered flag.
We don't want to just change your phone. We want to make you say, wow, that is a bigger change than I expected. iPhone 5 is a result of that desire to surprise.
It's been completely redesigned. For the first time ever, we've increased the size of the display. By making the screen taller but not wider, you can see more of your content without the need to scroll. We're making scrolling a thing of the past. iPhone 5 is more comfortable to use and reduces scrolling fatigue while reading long documents.
Even with the larger display, iPhone 5 is the thinnest iPhone we've ever built. To achieve a design this tall, we had to look at a complete redesign of the internal architecture. It's 18% thinner and 795% taller than the previous iPhone.
It makes everything you do on iPhone 5 feel easier and just a move of your arm away. No more hidden menus, no confusing gestures. Everything is right at your fingertips.
The panorama feature is simply awesome. The Ultra HD widescreen display lets you get your entire shot in a single snap. You can also use your iPhone 5's innovative design for image stabilization.
With an iPhone this tall, reception has never been better. You'll enjoy crystal clear clarity on even the longest calls. And of course, all your favorite apps are still available. In fact, you'll find your old favorites also benefit from the new experience-enhancing Ultra HD widescreen. We found that while many previous iPhone owners were using FaceTime, they weren't using it for their faces. That's why we're introducing BodyTime. Using iPhone 5's Ultra HD widescreen display, BodyTime lets you see a person's entire body, allowing you to detect mannerisms and defects like never before.
We looked way beyond what we saw as expected. It took all of our learning, all of our thinking, to realize something so simple, so clear, and yet so tall.
iPhone 5, the tallest thing to happen to iPhone. since iPhone.
The reality.
Okay, get back in there. Let's go.
Hiring friends, consulting with Jay-Z, and, well, all that culminated in a contract extension signed in the summer of 2006. Interestingly, James didn't extend for the maximum years. The contract ended with an optional fourth year. The Cavaliers' clock now ticked toward 2010. Onward. 06-07. Basically the same rotation, just replacing a guard called Flip Murray with a guard called Boobie Gibson. Hi, Boobie. Larry Hughes wasn't really healthy, but he played more, and some youngsters embraced substantial roles. The Cavs still depended on LeBron a great deal, at least on offense. It didn't always look great, but by regular season's end, Brown's signature defensive coaching registered. While the Cavs merely matched the prior season's win total of 50, Cleveland entered the 2007 playoffs with a reputation for devouring opposing scorers. The Wizards, beset by injuries, never had a prayer in a first-round sweep. The Nets went down in 6, Vince Carter flummoxed by the Cleveland defense. So here was another first for LeBron and 21st century Cavaliers, the Eastern Conference Finals. Their opponent was familiar. The Pistons no longer featured defensive superstar Ben Wallace, but they still held the 1 seed and were still well equipped to bombard LeBron, to dare another Cavalier to beat them. In games 1 and 2, that worked. Those games were ugly. The Pistons barely scored points, but succeeded in dragging the Cavs down with them. LeBron couldn't even crack 20, and Cleveland's outside shooting failed to cover the difference. In Game 1, LeBron raised eyebrows by passing up the big shot over help defense, dishing to an open game winner for Daniel Marshall, who missed. In Game 2, LeBron wanted to take the final shot, but the Pistons defense smothered him. So Game 3 at home was big, and LeBron treated it that way. He just kind of refused the defense and took over for a crisp 32 points. In the fourth quarter of a tied game, this chest-to-chest yam sandwich upon Rasheed Wallace sent a message to the fans of the arena. I am LeBron James. I have decided that my team, your team, will win this basketball game. LeBron created plenty of opportunities for others, but when it came down to it and the Pistons remained close, the kid called his own number, drew a switch, and closed the book. That is the kind of performance that gets the opponent complimenting you. The kind that gets your coach to admit he basically handed you the keys. But that wasn't even the game. Neither was Game 4, in which LeBron's big fourth quarter and a key bench performance from Gibson tied the series. The game, the night the world really, truly found out about LeBron James, was Game 5. At home in the Palace of Auburn Hills, in front of 22,000 boisterous Detroit fans and Kid Rock, the Pistons outplayed the Cavs. They really did. LeBron did his best to keep everyone engaged, but Hughes was limping through a foot injury and the other guards couldn't hit. In the fourth, the Cavs fell apart. Rip Hamilton led a Pistons free throw parade that produced 10 unanswered points. Detroit could feel the contest and the series swinging in their direction. They held a 7-point lead with 3 minutes to go. And then LeBron just ate the game. The whole building. Nobody else existed except LeBron James. First, he crossed up Hamilton and finished lefty to make it 5. After an empty Pistons possession, LeBron demanded the ball. This is a 22-year-old, then simply pulled up from 26 feet. After Varejão's quick hands forced this turnover, LeBron continued his solo, freezing Jason Maxiell off the dribble for a dunk. Miraculously, the Cavs had regained the lead, but Mr. Big Shot, Chauncey Billups, drilled an eponymous big shot, just a dagger through the inflating Cleveland building. Game 5 thus presented LeBron the same scenario that bedeviled him in the first 2 road games. One decisive possession with less than a shot clock left. The Pistons were clearly going to overplay him. Would he force a tough shot? Would he pass? It had been minutes of game time since another Cavalier even held the ball on offense. Detroit coach Flip Saunders cleverly arranged his defense so that a pick would switch sprawling noodle man Tayshaun Prince onto LeBron. But the All-NBA defender looked away for like half a second, which was half a second too many.
Now the 10. James with the step. And the game is tied at 91 with 9:45 to go.
That scorpion strike took Game 5 to overtime, where LeBron matched the Pistons by scoring all of Cleveland's points. Nobody else even attempted a shot until the buzzer. James drew fouls. He used Big Z for an easy bucket, and then he faced down a chance to maybe put the game on. Look at this. Look at this offense. If you squint, you could convince yourself LeBron is playing 1-on-5. When a pick arrived, the Pistons basically treated him that way, hounding LeBron with multiple defenders to force a pass. But on this night, no force surpassed that of LeBron. 4-point game.
James has to fire. And scores! Oh my! What a shot by LeBron James!
Nevertheless, Detroit hung around. Free throws bought them a second overtime. LeBron had played 45 minutes. He'd scored 16 straight points by himself. Did he really have 5 more minutes of this in the tank? As a matter of fact, he did. Defended perfectly by Prince, he did.
All I gotta do is finish in the top 10.
Over 2 defenders from 25 feet out, fading to his left, he did. When LeBron squared up with seconds left in a tied contest, it had been almost 18 game minutes since another Cavalier made a field goal. The moment LeBron moved, 5 goalkeepers converged, and LeBron just sliced right through them. This is LeBron. The strength to absorb contact, the finesse to make the backboard his compass. Kind of shitty defense here, too. When Mr. Big Shot betrayed his name, LeBron had officially done it. The 22-year-old held off the Detroit Pistons by himself. His 48 points included an astonishing 25 straight. And the Pistons were toast. Cleveland whomped them in Game 6 at home. LeBron finally got to ease off the gas, while Daniel Gibson put on a spectacular shooting performance, scoring 31 points. For the first time in their 37 years of existence, thanks almost entirely to a homegrown, tank-secured, draft-selected prodigy, the Cleveland Cavaliers made the NBA Finals. All the suffering, all the uncertainty built to this moment. And then the Cavs got absolutely fucking mopped in the NBA Finals. The tip-top San Antonio Spurs defense swallowed LeBron. His teammates filled out one of the worst offensive outputs in history. The 07 Finals sucked. Still, the Cavs had cleared another bar. They were finalists and could stay that way because the conference now belonged to them. Detroit proved mortal, Miami was fracturing, the East's other young centerpieces just weren't LeBron. So Danny Ferry and the Cavs stood pat. The draft certainly wasn't going to help them. They'd already traded their first-round pick for a guy who would never play another NBA game. A new trade for scoring point guard Mike Bibby simmered but didn't cook. The Cavs entered the 07-08 season with virtually the same rotation. But hey, that group had gotten them to the finals, so what's the problem? Well, a couple problems. These teams did not stand pat. They kept building, enough to withstand the Cavs in each of the next 3 postseasons. In June 2007, Boston Celtics GM Danny Ainge found a way to accomplish what Cleveland's Danny had not. Boston acquired elite bucket generator Ray Allen as a sidekick for the star they had once drafted, Paul Pierce. A few days later, Boston swung a huge trade for recent MVP Kevin Garnett. Suddenly, Pierce enjoyed the company of 2 teammates way more talented than anyone who had ever joined LeBron. The Celtics had their so-called Big Three. As the season progressed, breakout point guard Rajon Rondo made that an arguable 4. While those Celtics found their footing, the Cavs stagnated, deteriorated even. Anderson Varejao held out over contract issues, and Cleveland's injury list grew to include LeBron's finger. During the games he missed, the reigning Eastern champions actually fell below the 500 mark. Execution of Mike Brown's defense slipped. The offense was outright bad. Cleveland only got back in the win column because LeBron returned to orchestrate everything. His near-spotless performance somehow sharpened. It took all-out LeBron excellence to get anything done, like this stretch in January 2008. The 23-year-old put up 31 points and 19 boards in 50 minutes to barely outlast the stinky Charlotte Wildcats in double overtime. A few nights later, James had to score 51 to beat the even worse Memphis Grizzlies in OT. A year or 2 from free agency, LeBron was frustrated. He wanted help, like Paul Pierce. Specifically, LeBron wanted the help of star point guard Jason Kidd, who had just requested a trade from the New Jersey Nets. When it sounded like the Nets instead had to deal with the Mavericks, LeBron could barely hide his disappointment from media. He wanted to win more now. Desperate to satisfy their star, Delonte West and Wally Zerbiak. Big move, but you look around at who else switched teams during that time, and I don't know, man. The trade didn't really change Cleveland's fortunes. They finished 08 with 45 wins, and after beating the Wizards, couldn't overcome the Celtics' shiny new Big Three in the playoffs. LeBron yet again had to weather an excellent defense by himself, and did a pretty incredible job pressing the series to 7 games. But Game 7 epitomized the Cavs' fatal flaw. While James labored for 45 points, former Celtic Delonte West was the only other player to even crack double figures in a 5-point loss. Boston's new Big Three went on to win the 2008 championship, completing the greatest single-season improvement in NBA history. LeBron's Cavs had declined, with 2010 on the horizon. Dan Gilbert insisted he wasn't worried about free agency, but with a superstar casually dropping the phrase personnel changes, Danny Ferry knew he had more work to do in the summer of 08. Easier said than done, since prior moves and basic housekeeping left Cleveland without space to just go out and sign great players. Ferry, to his credit, pulled off a shrewd late summer move, exchanging bench players for Mo Williams, a smooth little guard who could create and hit shots. This pleased LeBron. Alongside LeBron, Williams found himself free to hover behind the arc, where he put up a career-best three-point percentage. At the same time, Delonte West and Wally Zerbiak, who had arrived with Ben Wallace at the prior deadline, settled into their roles, enjoying the opportunities one gets in the company of the king. LeBron finally had a decent backcourt. Williams joined LeBron on the 09 Eastern All-Star team, albeit as an injury replacement for Chris Bosh. Among these Cavs, LeBron could finally dial down his volume and share the touches. But don't get me wrong, he still had the green light to take over whenever he wanted or needed to. One night in February 09 stands out. LeBron got bored or frustrated or I don't know what happened, but he just decided to start heaving against the Milwaukee Bucks. That night, the Cleveland broadcast had 2 legends on the call at the Bradley Center. 2 voices who, along with the stalwart Joe Tate, heralded LeBron's ascent in Cleveland. Strongsville, Ohio's Fred McLeod on play-by-play, and our old friend Austin Carr providing color. Those 2 bore witness to this. Look at this man refusing to accept a big halftime piece, calling his own number at the buzzer. Look at him just forgoing normal basketball to pull up off a made shot. Listen to veteran announcers, guys who've seen everything, absolutely piss themselves. And look at the bench, grown men just losing it. LeBron turned around a losing score by dropping 55 points, including 8 three-pointers from increasingly absurd distance. So yeah, when you give that even the tiniest bit of help, good things happen. The Cavs played elite offense and restored their signature defense. They won 66 games, still the franchise record by a long shot. Come postseason, the 09 Cavs melted what remained of the Pistons, then smoked the Hawks. Cleveland entered the Eastern Conference Finals on a path swept clean. 8 straight double-digit victories. In between, LeBron checked off another personal achievement, taking home the 2009 NBA MVP trophy. The league and its fan base braced for a blockbuster finals matchup. LeBron and his Cavs against 08 MVP Kobe Bryant and the reanimated LA Lakers. But first, a surprise conference final opponent.
Man, that looks good, doesn't it? A tasty, refreshing light brew. But imagine it was only 25 calories and, say, 5 carbs. And imagine you could drink it anytime, anywhere, like watching a big game, or maybe playing in a small one. And imagine you could still go back out there, get away with a travel, pump fake, throw up an air ball, grab your own rebound, try going up for a dunk again for some reason. and come nowhere even close to making it before.
Instead of a Boston rematch, the Cavs would face these guys. The Orlando Magic, banged up as they were, had overthrown the similarly hampered Celtics in the second round. Orlando had drafted Dwight Howard #1 the year after Cleveland. Then they had retained talent, made more good draft picks, and shelled out cash to ensure support for their new superstar. If you're counting All-Stars, the 2009 Magic had their own big three. Dwight's powerful dunks centered a half-court offense rife with shooters. His shot blocking was the linchpin of a top-shelf interior defense. The Magic played elegant, overwhelming basketball for Coach Stan Van Gundy. Cleveland, though, represented the clear favorite, at least until a Game 1 that resembled a sort of sped-up version of those old Pistons games. Instead of a defensive struggle, it was a shootout. Dwight commanded the middle, while point forward Hedo Turkoglu orchestrated a three-point bonanza. Cleveland kept pace because of LeBron. For all the advances they'd made, it was just LeBron. He scored a pristine 49 points. Most everyone else shot poorly. Howard's right-hand man, Rashard Lewis, punctuated a rally with this clutch three. West came up short on the return, and Mo Williams couldn't cash in this nice tip from LeBron. The Cavs' frictionless playoff streak hit an abrupt snag with a Game 1 loss at Quicken Loans Arena. And speaking of that streak, the Cavs' long layoff following their short second-round series manifested in a severe bout of leg cramps for LeBron. Clevelanders were nervous. Game 2 offered reassurance. LeBron once again had to carry the Cavs, and this time he secured the critical shot. With Turkoglu on his hip, James caught and fired on target before 1 second elapsed. Joe Tate's radio call conveys the relief of a long-awaited break for the Cavs.
Looks, fires to LeBron, 3 balls in the air. He hit it! He hit it! Cavaliers win! Almost ready.
Finally, for the first time in a playoff history defined by MJ, Cleveland hosted a dramatic, game-winning shot by the league's premier player, the guy, for the home team. But that only evened the series. Orlando's superior balance won out at home in an ugly Game 3 and a Game 4 that featured more clutch shooting from Rashard Lewis. LeBron finally got some help from Weston Williams to avoid elimination in Game 5, but it all came crashing down in a grim Game 6 defeat. Kobe versus LeBron was canceled. Perhaps frustrated with teammates who had fallen well short of the Magic supporting cast, LeBron left those guys to answer for the upset series defeat. He departed Orlando in a huff, without shaking a hand or talking to anyone, including media, which, they didn't like. LeBron later insisted he was happy in Cleveland despite 2 straight campaigns short of the 2007 finals run. Not happy enough to sign a contract extension, though. The clock kept ticking toward 2010, next summer. Barry entered desperation, the kind of short-sighted, just make a trade mindset that, brought him to Cleveland when Cavs management freaked out about Ron Harper in 1989. This time, Cleveland dealt for Shaquille O'Neal, but not the Shaquille O'Neal you're imagining. Not the one Ferry himself had played against. Shaq was 37 years old, a relic of his dominant self. Midway through the 2010 season, still needing help, Ferry put together a trade for Phoenix Suns All-Star Amari Stoudemire. Stoudemire would immediately become LeBron's best teammate yet by a wide margin. Amari was also headed for free agency, so the Cleveland front office envisioned him and LeBron re-upping together to lead the Cavs in the new decade. But yet another big trade for an excellent potential co-star failed to materialize. Thus, the Cavs' big 2010 deadline edition, their last chance to pair LeBron with a real-deal co-star, was Antoine James. This obviously wasn't enough. The Cavs cracked 60 wins again and took care of the Bulls in the first round, but the healthy Celtics awaited Cleveland in round 2. The secondary Cavs went cold once again, and this time, so did LeBron himself. Cleveland generated a momentary swell of hope by destroying the Celtics in Game 3 at Boston, but the Cavs barely put up a fight the rest of the series. Nursing a mysterious elbow injury that became an annoying meme, LeBron shot a horrid 18 of 53 in 3 consecutive Bostons. No teammate came close to picking up the slack. The last moments the NBA's best player, an Ohioan, spent under contract with Ohio's NBA team looked like this. Mike Breen knew what everyone was thinking.
Fans wondering if that's the last time he'll take off the Cavalier jersey.
And it was. You know what happened in free agency. LeBron heard the pleas of Cavs fans and hinted at staying home. Some of those Cavs fans fixated on their star filing to change his jersey number from 23 to 6. Surely he wouldn't bother with the paperwork if he planned to change teams. Never mind who might have given him that idea. In any event, LeBron had thrown out all kinds of hints in recent years. He knew what he was doing. He relished the opportunity to choose, and to shift the NBA landscape with said choice. James headlined the biggest free agent summer since 1996, when MJ signed a big new deal with Chicago, when Shaquille O'Neal fled his draft city to begin building a dynasty in Los Angeles, and when the Cavs' biggest signing was Mark West. LeBron added a new layer to this 2010 edition of the seismic free agency campaign. The King guaranteed himself a supporting cast. In a move that germinated back in 2006 when they all signed 4-year deals, LeBron and his old Team USA pals, Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, freed up all at once and joined forces. While the new Big Three in Miami built gradually toward a championship, 2, it turned out, the Cavaliers sunk. Dan Gilbert began this chapter by throwing a public rich guy tantrum. Gilbert scolded LeBron in a spiteful open letter, somehow the second of its kind that decade, although at least Gordon Gunn's letter admonishing Carlos Boozer wasn't published in Comic Sans. We still don't know why Gilbert expressed his fury in the same typeface I used for my 3rd grade book report about armadillos, but it certainly diluted his message. Childish as this looked, Gilbert wasn't alone in resenting the NBA's best player for ditching the team in his hometown. You know, the team that got lucky enough to draft him, the team that from the Boozer fiasco to the summer of '05 to all those non-trades, never provided LeBron, the guy, a single teammate anywhere near the kind MJ or Kobe had in their early careers. Meanwhile, with a new coach and a new GM, people who probably thought they were signing up to work beside LeBron, what remained of the Cavs re-entered the muck. Cleveland finished the 2011 season at 19-63, worst in the East, for the 3rd time in franchise history. And from the greatest heights they'd ever reached, the Cavaliers plummeted once more to their death. That was 5 years before tonight. That was before Barry's GM replacement traded Mo Williams for a lucky 2011 lotto ticket. Before that ticket won Cleveland the opportunity to choose Kyrie Irving. That was before the Cavs remained bad enough to win another draft lottery in 2013, and then do it again the next season. Cleveland certainly did not nail all their draft picks, but Dan Gilbert's son, Nick, has been an outstanding good luck charm. After 4 years, 2 titles, and another 2 MVP awards in Miami, LeBron James reached unrestricted free agency again in 2014, days after the Cavs drafted Andrew Wiggins first overall. Maybe LeBron would leave Miami, but for Cleveland, a young losing team, A team still owned by Comic Sans Boy, with fans who trashed their star in 2010 and did this in 2013. It sounded weird, but if you had been looking closely, or if you'd been listening to LeBron, you saw a window. The 2014 Cavs had some things they lacked back when James made his heartbreaking decision 4 years prior. They had a superstar point guard in Kyrie. Their young talent base now included Wiggins, a prospect hyped almost as intensely as LeBron once was. And Cleveland had laid some groundwork. They made gestures. They invited LeBron to Zydrunas Ilgauskas' jersey retirement in March 2014, and the King accepted. Dan Gilbert had offered olive branches, public and private. He even deleted his infantile open letter. So when July arrived, Cavs management got to meet with LeBron's agent, Rich Paul. Paul brought along Mark Termini, the agent who once handled Ron Harper's turbulent negotiations with Cleveland. The Cavs felt good enough about the meeting to clear cap space in a hurry. Was this really happening? Cleveland is the second most populous city in Ohio. It gets quite cold, and it doesn't boast quite as rich a nightlife as some other NBA markets. For the finest, rudest point on the city's reputation among NBA players, we turn to Joakim Noah, who was tired of losing to the rival Cavs in 2010 and did a little troll.
Every time I look out my window, it's pretty depressing out here, bro. Bad. It's bad. I mean, I never heard anybody say, I'm going to Cleveland on vacation. What's so good about Cleveland?
For 44 years, billionaires and their executives drafted, traded, and overpaid to make people come to Cleveland and play for the Cavaliers. 2014, at last, was different. The best player in basketball, who held all the power, was a man born and raised in Ohio. He could choose. And for the first time ever, thanks to patience and planning and a lot of luck, the guy chose to be a Cleveland Cavalier. This time, LeBron announced his world-shaking decision in a Sports Illustrated article. LeBron was coming back, coming home. LeBron was still an Ohioan, but he wasn't a kid anymore, and he would not be passive. He continued to choose. The King arrived with big plans for his home community, and with an agenda for his home team. James had leverage, too. His contract guaranteed only one season in Cleveland. If the Cavs wanted to avoid another 2010, they'd have to satisfy LeBron immediately. The Kevin Love trade was only kind of the Cavs' idea. Before LeBron surprised Cleveland by signing, new GM David Griffin had discussed but ultimately abandoned a trade with Minnesota for their fed-up star. But then LeBron arrived and immediately called Love himself to propose a partnership. Kevin was into it, so suddenly LeBron's boss had little choice but to figure out a deal. Throughout LeBron's machinations, Andrew Wiggins found himself in a very uncomfortable state of limbo. His name was conspicuously absent from LeBron's homecoming address, and the reason became clear. The Kevin Love deal sent Wiggins to Minnesota, punting from one lottery team to another weeks after draft night. The number one prospect had no say in any of this unprecedented movement. LeBron returned to Cleveland holding a list of role players he wanted around, and the Cavs obliged. Cleveland signed Mike Miller, formerly of the Heat. They signed James Jones, formerly of the Heat. The King didn't just influence transactions. Cavaliers coach David Blatt, an overseas icon new to the NBA, felt undermined from day one. In the locker room, LeBron took it upon himself to mentor Kyrie, who did not necessarily want his mentorship. In practice, LeBron called meetings. In games, LeBron sometimes called for timeouts and sets and substitutions. The actual basketball of the 14-15 season took a toll on LeBron's health. He missed a spate of games right after his 30th birthday. But James used that absence to further flex his power. He helped broker the trade that brought in J.R. Smith and Iman Shumpert. LeBron took an unusual mid-season trip to Miami, rehabbing injuries at a distance while rumors swirled and the Cavs lost games. They actually fell below the 500 mark before the end of January 2015. LeBron stirred up drama with coded tweets, chastised media members who concluded the tweets were directed at Kevin Love, then later admitted the media people were right. All this, and the Cavs were, pretty good. At least once LeBron returned. They hit their stride in the spring and earned a playoff 2 seed. Their run through the Eastern Conference did hit adversity. Love got his shoulder yanked out by the Celtics, and without him, the Cavs had to work to beat the Bulls. Cleveland only overcame an early deficit because LeBron defied Coach Blatt's play call to hit a game winner. But in the conference finals, Cleveland dismantled the upstart Atlanta Hawks, a team built by, Danny Ferry, before he took the fall for reading some racist notes off a scouting report. Anyway, LeBron got the Cavs back in the NBA Finals in 2015. The Cavaliers that chose him made the finals once in 7 seasons. The Cavaliers he chose did it on the first try. But that was the end of the line. Love's shoulder kept him out, and Irving blew up his kneecap in Game 1 of the series. Cleveland's healthier, splashier opponent, the Golden State Warriors, reaped the fruits of a more gradual build. Their personnel comprised a variety of footnotes and what-ifs for Cleveland. League MVP Steph Curry hoisted his first championship trophy in his original home state against the team that once squandered his dad. Curry's supporting cast featured talented draft picks the Cavaliers passed on. Klay Thompson from the 2011 draft, Harrison Barnes and Draymond Green from 2012. That roster reached new heights under the leadership of Coach Steve Kerr, another former Cavalier player whose career peaked elsewhere. Last season, the Warriors planted their flag as the new boss standing between LeBron and the title for his own. And it's the same guys on the floor right now, in their own arena, seconds from defeat. What changed in the past year? Well, the Warriors only got better. Like, best regular season record in history better. Golden State blazed through the first 2 rounds of the playoffs, then avoided a conference final upset from Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, and the OKC Thunder thanks to a stunning Game 5 comeback and otherworldly scoring in Games 6 and 7. This team fills buckets like no one has ever seen. The Cavaliers also improved, despite, or maybe because of, LeBron's grip on the organization. James signed another short contract this past summer, but only after ensuring Cleveland would pay his free agent teammates. The Cavs sweated out a negotiation with Tristan Thompson, who's a Rich Paul client like LeBron is, and they even reeled in an old pal from LeBron's first stint, Mo Williams. During the season, King James cooked up the same flavors of drama. Another mid-season sojourn in Miami, and more inscrutable tweets. And LeBron probably influenced this year's shocking mid-season move, the firing of Coach Blatt. Cleveland held the East's best record in January, but that wasn't enough to save Blatt. LeBron preferred Blatt's deputy, Tyronn Lue. And it's Lue coaching the Cavaliers tonight for Game 7. Deposing the winningest coach in the East mid-season worked out. The Cavs heated up offensively, got a healthy Kyrie back up to speed, and swept the first 2 playoff rounds. The Cavs' only real scare came against the Toronto Raptors, a new contender, built in part with the consultation of former Cleveland GM Wayne Embry. Cleveland cleaned up a tight early series with blowouts in Games 5 and 6. They secured another trip to the finals with a full Big 3, trophy presented by the wonderful Austin Carter. But this Cavs squad once again hit a wall out west. The Warriors humiliated Cleveland, with a torrid scoring run in the second half of Game 1, then beat them even worse in Game 2. LeBron and Kyrie got some measure of revenge in Game 3, but Love missed it with a concussion. And Game 4 was back to the usual. Golden State took a 3-1 lead thanks to Curry's first huge game of the series. Steph hit 7 of the Warriors' record-setting 17 three-pointers. Draymond Green added injury to insult by smacking a frustrated LeBron in the taint. Or insult to injury? I never know how to phrase that. The point is, LeBron had a sore perineum, and the Cavs were screwed. It's cool that LeBron came home, but a week ago, it looked like he picked the wrong time or the wrong teammates to bring a championship ring to his birthplace. Up 3-1, the Warriors appeared inevitable, every bit as domineering as the Spurs, who snuffed Cleveland's first deep run with LeBron in 2007. But these are not those Cavs. During his first Cleveland stint, LeBron watched a teammate crack 30 points in the playoffs exactly one time. Boobie Gibson's 07 closeout performance against Detroit. That was to be expected. Examine regular season averages from that era, and you'll see LeBron never had a big scorer by his side. Opponents exposed that in the playoffs. The most productive second option from that era, Mo Williams, never really went off when it counted. This is not to besmirch Williams, who, remember, is back on the Cavs bench this season. Mo scored tonight. I just want to highlight the difference between that era and this one. He, more than anyone, is the difference. Kyrie Irving. Irving is the most prolific bucketeer ever to accompany LeBron in Cleveland. Kyrie can take the wheel when called upon, and in Game 5, he proved as much. Freed up somewhat by a 1-game suspension for the defensive specialist who smacked his gooch, LeBron scored 41 points. And crucially, so did Kyrie. Irving reached his 41 on just 24 shots, including 5 three-pointers. The Cavs ran away in the second half to romp at Oracle Arena, led by the first teammates ever to break 40 points in the same NBA Finals game. Back at home for Game 6, the Cavs rode their momentum to a blowout score in the first quarter. This time, James didn't need much offensive help, stifling a Warrior comeback with 41 points and 11 dimes. True vintage LeBron. A 3-1 deficit turned into a 3-3 tie, which gave us tonight's winner-take-all showdown in Oakland. For the first time all series, this game has been incredibly close. Golden State gained some edge in the first half, but Kyrie recovered that ground in the third quarter. More than anything else, it's been a slog. You know the Warriors aren't themselves when the only guy hitting from outside is Draymond, who shrugs while he shoots. And it hasn't been much better for the Cavs. LeBron's been hit or miss, and Love is probably still concussed. Although each did produce a stunning defensive stop to keep Golden State scoreless for over 4 minutes preceding this moment. Andre Iguodala's layup with 2 minutes to go would have given the Warriors a lead, but LeBron may have literally left an impact crater with this chase down clock.
Oh, blocked by James!
And we saw how Kev held his own against Earth's scariest three-point shooter. But Love and James have both been cold from the field in this final period. Even Kyrie was 1 of 5 in the fourth quarter before he hit, one of the biggest shots in NBA history. Seconds later, LeBron trailed Irving down the lane and came so close to converting one of the greatest dunks ever. Even with the miss, this Draymond Green foul put LeBron on the line, where he hit 1 of 2 free throws, adding the critical 4th point to Cleveland's lead. Now the Warriors have little hope of coming back with just 1 remaining possession. Those plays comprise the pinnacle, the very razor's edge of a rocky 46-year climb. When this time elapses, LeBron will certainly be named 2016 NBA Finals MVP for the world champion Cleveland Cavaliers. LeBron James will be the guy to make it happen for a fan base that bears the scars of a half-century spent falling short. Clevelanders know from history how critical it is for an NBA franchise to value the all-important draft lottery, to make trades for the right reasons. Each of those keys unlocked the potential for a champion in Cleveland. But Cavs fans also know that finding great players is one thing, and attracting them is another. LeBron James didn't choose to be born in Cleveland. LeBron James didn't choose to be drafted a Cavalier. But after a bitter departure, some glorious time away, and a few years of Cavalier luck, LeBron James, the guy, chose to come home. He remodeled home to match his tastes.
That was a dirty move right there. I really didn't mean to.
What's going on in Ohio right now? 2,000 miles away from Game 7. Well, Joe Tate is at home, and he's watching on TV. He has mostly tuned out the Cavaliers since retiring, but he couldn't resist tonight. In downtown Cleveland, two old friends are watching this national broadcast too, and they're at work. Fred McLeod, the Ohio-born play-by-play guy who's been the TV voice of the Cavs since 2006. Austin Carr, whose number hangs from the rafters over his head. The longtime partners are announcing this game on a private feed for the arena watch party. As these final seconds tick off the clock in Oakland, let's listen to Fred and AC back home. Let's experience this through the ears of a fan base that waited over 46 years to be right here. Let's embrace the end of a half-century's love. At last, it's Cleveland's time. Welcome to a moment in history.
Curry. They'll give the three. No. Rebound. Morey Speights. Good night, Oakland. It's over. The 52-year drought is over. It's over. The Cavaliers have won the NBA championship. Everybody stand up and cheer. 18,801 days, and it's over. Cleveland, celebrate. Go crazy, because the championship is yours.
Monthly fees are the absolute worst.
Bad news, though.
So stop paying them. Tubi is free streaming. Classic movies, blockbusters, live TV, originals. Tubi has it all.
Vince Carter meant everything to pro basketball in Canada. You can't tell the story of the Toronto Raptors' rise to relevance and excellence without featuring Vince. You can't track the new generation of Canadian hoops lovers, nor the pipeline of Canadian pro players, without acknowledging Vince's influence. Carter was a pioneer, a superstar, an icon, and an inspiration. And for over a decade, the whole city of Toronto hated his guts. In 1998, the Toronto Raptors had only existed for 3 years, and just like all 3-year-olds, they sucked. Gaudy jerseys and fun young players generated neither wins nor significant Canadian enthusiasm for a winter pro sport that wasn't hockey. The crappy Vancouver Grizzlies weren't helping matters, though they too looked great. Raps GM Glenn Grunwald changed things in Toronto. He ditched the existing young core, then, on draft night 98, pulled off an unusual pick and swap to land North Carolina swingman Vince Carter. Carter was coming off 3 sensational years at UNC, in which he provided wins and astounding above-the-rim highlights. Here was a perfect new face of the franchise. Here was a player people couldn't help but compare to another high-flying Tar Heel wing who delivered a city its first taste of pro basketball glory. Carter brushed that comparison aside with his words, but not with his play. He balled the out from day one. Carter won 99 Rookie of the Year by a long shot. In his second season, he became one of the NBA's top 5 scorers and led the entire league in All-Star voting. Carter ushered in a new NBA millennium by almost single-handedly resurrecting the dunk contest. Vince was polite and likable, and he had enough star power to build Toronto's standing as a hotspot for basketball and basketball culture. And Carter didn't just make the Raptors cool. By his second season, he made them good. While Vince led the way, his cousin, Tracy McGrady, brought even more youthful energy off the bench. This sturdy cast of veterans rounded out a squad that, for the first time in its history, posted a winning record. Winning for the first time meant a first-ever trip to the playoffs. It went about as well as you'd expect for an upstart 6 seed led by a 23-year-old. The Knicks swept the Raptors. Carter played poorly, shooting a combined 8 of 37 in games 1 and 3. Dismal. The Game 2 loss included a little extra intrigue. Vince scored an efficient 27 points and got a chance to create his and Toronto's first signature playoff moment. In Madison Square Garden, on national TV, down 1 with the ball and time running out, Vince sized up the defense, made his move, and swung the ball to D. Brown, who missed. So, not a great first postseason. Out came the MJ comparisons. If this guy's the next Jordan, why is D. Brown taking the final shot? But Carter was already on record saying he was more interested in being a team player and building his own identity than being the next MJ. And MJ was already on record saying Vince doesn't play defense. Character analysis of the young star surfaced little hints of unease. Carter, for instance, pointed out that teammates sometimes thought he was faking his pained reactions after fouls. Newspaper columnists focused on the pep talk Vince's mother Michelle gave him before Game 2 of that series and how much he still deferred to her. Speaking of the team as a whole, Raptors coach Butch Carter made an observation that would immediately prove astute. He said expiring contracts and uncertain futures distracted his team. Chief among the soon-to-be free agents, Tracy McGrady. Indeed, tired of developing in his cousin's shadow, T-Mac bailed in the summer of 2000 for Orlando, where he immediately broke out as one of the league's best players. A mini beef hit the grill. The once close cousins didn't talk for a while, and Vince promised to score a lot against his old teammate. Charles Oakley, of all people, helped those two squash the beef, but the eyes of Toronto and the media only peered deeper into Vince's soul. Take this Sports Illustrated feature from January of 2001. Recounting Vince's famous dunk against France in the prior summer's Olympics, the esteemed S.L. Price described Carter as a bully, an ass, his celebration insufferable, and surprising from someone once viewed as the league's great nice hope, the antidote to thuggishness. Price went on to detail hardship Vince had experienced, recently during his rise to stardom, and years ago as a child. He scrutinized Vince's relationship with his mother, who Price deemed fiercely protective and always watching. He quoted Vince expressing appreciation for his first NBA coach, Butch Carter, who had since been fired. And he quoted veteran teammate Antonio Davis, who insisted Vince was motivated by getting mad, and that without such motivation, he was a different player. More psychoanalysis, more whiffs of tension. Carter grew tired of all the prying. He became standoffish with local and national media, and in what he later insisted was a joke, said Toronto fans didn't care about him. In that article from February of '01, you'll also notice the reporter placing some of the blame for Carter's coolness on his mother, and issuing a bit of a warning. The media plays a big part in how a public figure is portrayed to fans. A sound point, especially considering the Toronto fan base. Many Canadian fans were already looking ahead to Carter's free agency, when he would surely leave them like McGrady did. For now, there was basketball to play. Carter suffered from chronic tendon pain known as jumper's knee, which cost him a handful of games and the will to defend his dunk contest championship. Nevertheless, Carter's regular season numbers ballooned even further. The team around him, now featuring eminent head coach Lenny Wilkens and a restocked supporting cast, improved to a franchise-best 47 wins. That set up a 2001 playoff rematch with the Knicks, a series in which Carter once again struggled in games 1 and 3. But the Raptors hung around with a Game 2 victory. And this time, perhaps provoked by Oakley challenging his manhood, Vince rose to the occasion and led Toronto to victories in games 4 and 5. The Raptors' first ever playoff win triggered a dream battle with the Eastern Conference's other rising megastar, Allen Iverson and his Philadelphia 76ers. It was a fantastic series. Both stars poured on the points. Iverson's 52-point Game 5 pushed Toronto to the brink of elimination, but a brilliant Carter performance sent it back to Philly for a winner-take-all Game 7. Just one thing. Carter told Raptors management he already had plans on May 20th, 2001. Fulfilling a promise to his mother, Vince had finished his degree at UNC and planned to attend the graduation ceremony in Chapel Hill. Vince insisted there would be no issue. He'd fly to Carolina, snatch his diploma and say thank you, then hop back on the plane to Philly well ahead of game time. No problem. His teammates, well, responses ranged from, I hope he thinks he's making the right decision, it's a big game but I'm behind him, to, I hope the weather holds up, to no comment. To Carter's credit, the morning went as planned. He sounded super energized by the experience.
I'm just glad it's over.
But if anyone, teammate or otherwise, dared criticize his move,
I don't care.
Strange vibes from that conversation. But the whole ordeal would be forgotten, if not celebrated, if Carter delivered a great performance in Game 7.
No fees or minimums and no overdraft fees are another reason banking with Capital One is an even easier decision than this.
I'll take Barkley.
Yes! Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet?
Well, Vince kind of sucked. Admittedly sluggish in the first couple minutes and just inaccurate throughout. Thankfully for the Raptors, Iverson was hurting and didn't play any better. Antonio Davis and Aaron McKee led their teams in scoring. A grueling Game 7 came down to one last play. Raptors ball, down 1, time expired. Vince Carter got the ball and a shot to write his own story. He could be the guy who accomplished everything in one day, or the guy who bit off more than he could chew. Vince missed. The Raptors were eliminated. The Sixers advanced, eventually all the way to the finals. While plenty of peers, fans, and media maintained respect for Carter's decision, questions would linger. If you ask them today, members of the '01 Raptors will tell you Vince's choice to attend graduation did mess with his routine. In 2018, Charles Oakley was characteristically blunt when asked if Carter's graduation trip cost them the victory.
If Vince doesn't go to graduation, are you guys in a conference final? No doubt, he is there.
But hey, even though it ended with controversy and heartbreak, 2001 brought progress. Vince's best season yet, the team's best season yet, a playoff win, and later that summer, a tremendous relief. In early August 2001, Carter announced an extension to his Raptors contract, 6 years and a maximum salary of over $90 million. He loved the city, he loved being a Raptor, and moreover, he loved Grunwald's aggressive management. The Raptors were spending to retain Carter's supporting cast, and they swung another big move to pry 38-year-old legend Hakeem Olajuwon away from his longtime home in Houston. Grunwald would later regret that. In any event, the message to fans was clear. The Raptors planned to contend, and Vince was on board. The superstar didn't run away. Toronto was his home and his business, his donated court, his annual charity game, his nightclub that attracted stars from all over. This new era of commitment and certainty began well. The Raptors won 29 of their first 50 games and entered All-Star Weekend 2002 near the top of their division. But their last victory before the break saw Vince exit early, having aggravated that issue with his left leg. Carter, once again the leader in fan voting, would have to miss the All-Star game, and then a bunch of Raptors games after that. The Raps took a nosedive without Carter, and kept losing even after his return in late February. On March 19th, the once confident Raptors got crushed to drop their 17th out of the last 18 games, sinking to a record of 30-38. Before their next outing, Toronto pulled the plug on Vince. He went in for arthroscopic surgery to clean up his left knee, a procedure that did not directly repair the jumper's knee issue in his tendon. He just have to rest and rehabilitate that injury. So Vince was done for the year. Grunwald called it a disappointing moment in a disappointing season for the franchise and its cornerstone. Reporters couldn't help but point out that Carter, lacking leadership and gritness, no longer warranted comparisons to Michael Jordan. Jordan, by the way, was looking surprisingly strong in his first year of unretirement with the Wizards, just piling on at this point. Meanwhile, the Raptors' season suddenly tilted upward. Literally the day they lost Vince, Toronto commenced a lengthy winning streak. They rallied to a record of 42-40 and climbed back into a playoff matchup with the Pistons. The Raptors lost that series, but kept it surprisingly close against Jerry Stackhouse and company. Vince didn't show up for some of the action in Detroit, ostensibly because of knee swelling. Some didn't buy that explanation, and pointed out that just a year before, Carter had gone to extreme lengths to get where he wanted to be. When a reporter prodded Grunwald with skepticism about the reasons Carter wasn't on the sideline supporting his teammates, Grunwald cursed at him and called him a liar. If you promised someone $90-something million, then lost him for the most important part of the ensuing season, you too might be a little tense. And if you think that's tense, come join me for the 02-03 Raptors season. Vince's rehab culminated in a grand, Nike-sponsored tour of Asia during the summer of 02. Vince showed off his healthy legs with dunk exhibitions, and when asked about the Jordan comparisons, gave the headline writers some material. When it's all said and done, I can be better than him. So Carter dismissed Jordan comparisons when he was thriving, but now invited them while he was on the mend. This in turn invited the opinion that Carter didn't produce anything like Jordan, didn't lead like Jordan, and still consulted his mom on all matters. Harsh, but Carter had made a cocky and rather untimely comparison for a guy whose team had played better without him just months ago. Vince later insisted he was misquoted on the Jordan stuff. But fans quickly forgot about all that because days later, in the third game of the season, Carter strained his left quad again and sat out most of November. Well, he sat out basketball games anyway. During rehab, Carter created a bit of a kerfuffle by getting on stage and dancing at a Nelly concert in Toronto, all while his teammates were in Atlanta getting their asses kicked. Carter returned from that injury and controversy to a losing team. He grew frustrated when he couldn't turn them around. In mid-December, he strained his right knee, the other one, and this time missed over a month of action. Folks began to chatter. Former Raptor Keon Clark called Carter someone who wanted the recognition but wouldn't work for it. A reporter accused the franchise of babying Carter into mediocrity. Grunwald and Wilkins would neither push nor honestly appraise their pricey but often unavailable centerpiece. Carter swore he felt ready to play, but the team made him wait. The absent star felt compelled to defend his toughness and work ethic. Never would I run away from basketball. By the 03 All-Star break, Carter had played less than a third of Toronto's games, and the further depleted Raptors held a ghastly 14-34 record. But All-Star voters had not caught up to that. Though he'd barely played all season, Carter received well over 1 million votes and was slated to start for the Eastern Conference. Out came the critics. Charles Barkley led the chorus of people saying Carter hadn't played enough to earn a starting spot, and that he should give the spot to Jordan, who planned to retire at season's end. Vince was like, but the people voted for me.
And he held that stance until right before the game, an event during which Mariah Carey wore Jordan's jersey as a dress. Carter relented at the last minute and gave his starting spot to the luminary. The whole thing was way more awkward than it had to be. Just look at Jordan's face here.
All-Star has just asked to be replaced in the starting lineup by Michael Jordan. 6'7" forward from the Toronto Raptors, four-time NBA All-Star, Vince Carter.
And even after relenting, Vince got criticized. The vibes never improved. The Raptors kept losing and dipped well out of the playoff picture. Near the end of a meaningless April loss to the Nets, Carter landed on Richard Jefferson's foot, twisted his ankle, and was scratched for the rest of the season. So, 2 years after signing his extension, Carter had yet to represent Toronto in another playoff game. He instead represented the Raptors at the 2003 lottery, where they fell a few picks short of the grand prize. Toronto made two big moves that summer. One was replacing Coach Wilkins with noted screaming enthusiast Kevin O'Neill. The other was using the fourth lottery pick on Chris Bosh, a gangly power forward who got a lovely welcome from Vince. The 03-04 Raptors looked decent, and Grunwald stayed active, trading two of Carter's longtime teammates to the Bulls for Jalen Rose and Donnell Marshall. But after that okay start, the Raps buckled at midseason. Injuries piled up, Grunwald and O'Neill butted heads, and playoff hopes faded. Something had to give. In this case, everything gave. Raptors ownership, a company called Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment, MLSE, led by a man named Richard Petty, canned Grunwald as GM in April, just weeks before his contract was set to expire anyway. There went the guy who drafted Carter, and who'd helped persuade him to stay long term. The person chosen to replace Grunwald would have to restore some joy to a disgruntled star, while also developing the very promising Bosh, while also managing the expensive but uneven roster Grunwald had accumulated trying to keep Carter happy. Oh, and the new GM would have to replace Coach O'Neill, who mouthed off about Raptors ownership and got himself fired too. All this made the summer of 2004 huge.
Customers want always-on access to their money, and machine learning-based anomaly detection and incident response is how we're helping with that. Identifying how outages happen so we can fix them fast, that's machine learning at Capital One.
Carter went to his closest confidant within MLSE, Richard Tannenbaum, and received a promise that ownership would keep Carter abreast of the hiring process. They did not. Carter lobbied hard for NBA legend and former Magic executive Julius Erving to be considered for GM. But MLSE barely gave Dr. J an interview. By early June, he'd been ruled out entirely. Instead, Toronto ownership surprised their star by hiring Rob Babcock. Weeks later, Babcock used the Raptors lottery pick to draft Rafael Arujo over Andre Iguodala. A mistake. A couple days after that, Babcock hired Sam Mitchell as head coach. Vince's distance from these decisions prompted trade rumors. Babcock denied those rumors, but then kind of made it sound like a trade wasn't totally out of the question, then kind of put the ball in Vince's court. So what did Vince have to say? At that point, publicly, out of his own mouth, very little. Speaking from his summer camp, Vince only announced that he wouldn't say anything. But Nav Bhatia, a well-known Raptors superfan and friend of Vince's, was not so coy. He went on record to say that Carter had no problem with the new GM or the new coach. Vince did have a problem with Petty and company. Not just because of what happened with Grunwald and Irving and so forth, but because the team had failed to acquire any additional all-star caliber players. Vince had been particularly hopeful he'd get to play with Jamal McGlure or Steve Nash, two Canadian products who fans would have also loved. And some fans took up his fight. A Keep Vince, Trade Petty movement popped up around Carter's charity game in late July. Of course, none of those powerful people were going anywhere. So by late summer, Vince's camp began to make some noise. The New York Daily News reported in August that Vince and his agent had met with the Raptors to request a trade. Their reporting, of course, focused on the Knicks. A couple weeks later, Vince said it himself, publicly. It's time for a trade. Not because of the fans, not because of the city, just because it's time. Vince said he was tired of giving this franchise and its personnel decisions a chance. Time to move on. But September is pretty late in the offseason to deal away your star, especially when the whole league knows what's going on. Opening night arrived without a trade on the table. In the meantime, the franchise fired the athletic trainer who'd become Vince's friend and gave away the parking spot they'd once reserved for Vince's mom. The players knew the lingering trade demand would be awkward, potentially a big distraction if it went unresolved. And Vince's public statements risked alienating some teammates. Those teammates did their best to placate Vince, even rallying in his defense when the Sporting News ranked Carter number 41 on their list of the league's best players. Mitchell prepared to start his first head coaching job with a lot to manage, though he professed no expectation Vince would cause a distraction. Well, on that topic, we must turn to Jalen Rose, who was a Raptor in November of 2004. According to Rose, the team was in Portland for their 7th game of the season when Coach Mitchell approached Vince while he was getting treatment in the locker room. Here's the rest of that story.
And Sam Mitchell made a comment to Vince about always being injured and always being on the training table. So that's kind of how Vince nudged Sam. Sam nudged Vince back. And before you know it, they tangled up and they really trying to slam each other on the ground.
Yes, Rose says Vince body slammed his rookie head coach in like the second week of the season. Mitchell still insists the fight didn't happen as described, that it was more of a jokey interaction in which they fell down and that he and Carter had a great relationship. Either way, November 04 was a strange month. Strange in obvious ways, like Vince getting booed by fans in Toronto, and strange in less obvious ways. Another story from the time goes that at home against Seattle, Carter deliberately tipped off some Sonics players to a play Toronto was running the final minute of a close loss. But while fans were turning against him, Carter didn't express all his disgruntlement behind the scenes. He, for instance, smirked and gave petulant responses to questions about why he seemed to be withholding the most entertaining part of his game.
I don't want to dunk anymore. Dunking's overrated.
The Raptors grew desperate to trade Carter, but getting a fair return only grew more difficult in early December. Carter came up limping after straining his Achilles against the Pistons and was sidelined indefinitely. Fans and media groaned. Babcock insisted that trading an injured Vince Carter was the last thing on his mind. A week later, Babcock traded an injured Vince Carter to the New Jersey Nets. The return package was underwhelming at the time and looks even worse in retrospect. Carter's injury history, reputation, and contract were such that Toronto felt compelled to give away the most important player in franchise history for Eric Williams, Aaron Williams, Alonzo Mourning, who refused to play in Toronto, and 2 first-round picks that didn't amount to much. Carter stayed sidelined for a bit with the Nets, including their first visit to Toronto just a couple days after the trade. He debuted just before the New Year, and just after the New Year, gave an interview to TNT's John Thompson. This part of the conversation further incensed Raptors fans.
Do you think Vince Carter has pushed himself as hard as he should have pushed himself?
In years past, no. I was just fortunate enough to have the talent and be able to, you get spoiled when you're able to do a lot of things and you see that and you really don't have to work at it. But now, I think with so much, with all the injuries and the things that's going on, I have to work a little harder.
Carter and Thompson both said that section was edited to take quotes out of context. Vince swore he had never dogged it in Toronto.
I said, I didn't come to play, I didn't play hard, I didn't do this, oh my goodness, never did.
But between that and the other leaked stories, the heat was already on for Vince's return to the city in uniform. That was April 15, 2005. The Raptors sat well behind the Nets in the Atlantic Division standings, headed for another lottery while Vince and company were headed to the playoffs. Vince was healthy and playing solidly in New Jersey. His numbers, splashed across the home broadcast, looked way better than they had to start the season in Toronto. Both parties wore their feelings. Carter showed up at the Air Canada Centre in the jersey of Julius Erving, his preferred candidate for the Toronto GM job back in 2004. Raptor fans showed up with all manner of anti-Vince material. Vandalized jerseys, bibs with his number 15, and so many signs. The fans booed Vince's introduction and reveled in an early Vince miss. But Carter found his bearings to score 24 of his 39 points in the second half of a blowout Nets victory. The relationship would stay this shape for some time. The Nets came to town, Vince got booed, the Nets won, Vince said something catty about the booing. In January of '06, Carter came to town and had a jokey mid-game slap fight with his old teammate, Mars Peterson. The refs misinterpreted what was happening and ejected Peterson. Then Vince hit the game winner. In December of '06, Vince got booed once more in his first ever loss to the Raptors in Toronto. Ironically, Chris Bosh missed that game for the Raps because of a knee injury. But Bosh was developing into a real first option, and his rise propelled the Raptors ahead of New Jersey in the standings. The Nets visited the Raptors in February of '07, days before Bosh was set to make his second All-Star appearance, in the starting lineup, unlike Vince. The Raptors beat the Nets that night, and Toronto fans showered Bosh with MVP chants, which appeared to vex Toronto's last All-Star. Vince said he was just messing around. Bosh said, hey, things have changed around here. But they hadn't all the way changed. In the spring of '07, the Raptors held home court advantage for a first-round playoff matchup against Vince and the Nets. Before the series, Coach Mitchell wearily told reporters and fans to let go of their beef with Vince Carter. Bosh somewhat presciently explained the dynamics of the lingering Carter hatred. When fans loved him, they really loved him, and it's a thin line between love and hate. Vince got booed throughout the series and didn't play particularly well. The Nets pulled off an upset anyway, but got wrecked by LeBron James and the Cavs in the next round. And from then on, the beef kind of stagnated. The Raptors made some bad decisions and fell into a lull, eventually losing Bosh in 2010. The Nets floundered and then traded Carter, who had one fun year with the Magic, then spent the next decade bouncing from team to team, settling into a role as a fuzzy, lovable old veteran. It was a surprisingly long, gentle twilight for a player who once seemed like he might fly too close to the sun and burn out his knees forever. Vince showed up in Toronto each year wearing a different uniform and got a few boos, but also some love. Right before his 37th birthday in 2014, Vince came to Toronto as a Dallas Maverick, got booed, then threw down a huge dunk as if to remind everyone of how this whole thing started. And young Raps fans probably needed some reminding. Their team was on the rise again with new stars, and it felt increasingly silly to disparage a graying bench warmer. The team even considered signing Vince. 2014 brought the 20th anniversary of the Raptors franchise and the 10-year anniversary of the dismal Carter trade. Sportsnet ran this Michael Grange feature with a big old header saying it was time for Toronto to forgive Vince. At least one Raptors player said the same. And on November 19th, 2014, with Carter's Grizzlies in town, the organization took a calculated risk. They played a video tribute for Vince. Here was the scene after the video concluded. Standing ovation. Vince in tears. Me, right now, kind of on the verge of tears. It's a beautiful moment, and one that announcers observed could have gone differently.
First, a lot of fans started booing, and then they started rising.
That felt like Toronto collectively deciding it was time to let go. In the years following, the guy who'd once been their electric, immature young gun became one of the oldest and longest tenured players in NBA history. Toronto knew every Vince visit might be his last, and fans showed their appreciation accordingly, like this standing ovation in early 2019. Months later, they watched their team win it all. The Raptors, the Toronto Raptors, became NBA champions. And that's not all. Entering a new decade, Canada claimed not only the NBA's best pro franchise, but many of its exciting young players. It had become a basketball nation. None of that was promised. None of it even seemed plausible until Toronto landed its first real star. A star who fell in love with the city, committed to it, and inspired its future generations. Thanks to misfortune and mistakes, nobody came out of the relationship looking great. Not the fragile, moody athlete, not the inept franchise, not the vindictive fan base. But time healed these wounds. The narrative threads of Vince Carter and Toronto ran together, then in parallel. They gnarled, then frayed, then separated entirely. Now they've reconnected. All parties understand how much they mean to one another. This is one story, and it has a happy ending. This beef is history. Thanks for watching Beef History. If you want to see more about that Vince Carter dunk contest, check out this episode of Rewinder or watch anything here. I promise you'll like it, and I promise that if you subscribe to SB Nation, you will not regret it.
Buying a car can be an emotional ride. Get peace of mind with our CarMax 30-day money-back guarantee, giving you time to make sure you've made the right choice. CarMax, car buying reimagined. See Minions, The Rise of Gru, only in theaters. Rated PG.
John Stockton and Karl Malone formed the quintessential NBA tandem. The Utah Jazz drafted Stockton 16th in 1984, then watched him become a model point guard, steady handling the ball, clever distributing it, deadly accurate shooting it, and so annoying trying to take it from an opponent. Before Stockton's second season, Utah used the 13th pick on his ideal complement, Karl Malone. By himself, Malone was plenty capable of juking and jarring his way to boards and buckets. Engaged with Stockton's timely passes, Malone's offense became unstoppable. Stylish mailman dunks and forceful finishes, impossible to contain without fouling. Plus, pick-and-pop jumpers that connected like clockwork. Each of these two boasts an overwhelming statistical profile. Stockton recorded more assists and more steals than anyone, ever. Malone scored more points than everyone but Kareem, made more free throws than everyone including Kareem, and gobbled an enormous volume of rebounds too. Their individual NBA accolades are absurd. Two people this rare, this special, this exquisitely compatible were mostly happy, mostly healthy teammates for 18 seasons and made the playoffs in all of those seasons. That's 18 legitimate cracks at winning a championship, and yet Stockton and Malone each retired without a ring. So what happened? What stopped this perfect pairing short of even one perfect year? In the late 80s, Utah's prior stars cleared the way for new ones. Adrian Dantley was traded. Darrell Griffith's career wound down because of injuries. And Utah's rascally legend of a head coach, Frank Layden, stepped aside to let a future coaching legend take over, Jerry Sloan. Stockton and Malone developed during this gradual transition, and they didn't make much noise in the playoffs, with one notable exception. In 1988, the LA Lakers were reigning champions, with 87 MVP Magic Johnson leading them to a league-best 62 wins. LA was the team to beat, and Utah almost beat them. This was a big year for the Jazz. Stockton became the full-time starter at point guard. The youngster led the league in assists for the first time and helped Malone's numbers improve enough to make his first ever All-Star team. With shot-blocking tower Mark Eaton at center, Utah played the league's most efficient defense and upset Clyde Drexler's Portland Trailblazers in the first round of the playoffs. Clyde would remember this. That set Utah up for a second-round matchup with these mighty Lakers. The Jazz made it a series. Stockton and Malone held their own against the league's best and actually stole one of the first two games in Los Angeles. By the time the best-of-7 series returned to LA, it was tied 2-2. Another road win in Game 5 could have set Utah up to clinch an incredible upset at home. Yes, it is common to call a Utah player a jazz man. Jazzman? Stockton and Malone both excelled in Game 5. The little guy in particular finished with 23 points, 24 assists, and 5 steals, including some big ones. Down 2 with a minute and change left, Stockton ended a frantic Lakers possession by pilfering AC Green's rebound, then raced up the floor to find Malone, who drew a foul. Malone bricked one important free throw, which I'm afraid is going to be a theme, but he made the second to pull within one. Then Stockton did it again. This time it was Magic himself whose pocket got picked. Stockton relayed a long outlet to the mailman, who sent home a thunderous dunk to put the Jazz up 1 with less than a minute to play. Michael Cooper's surprise clutch shot eventually put the Lakers back on top, but Utah still had chances, plural. Down 1 with 7 seconds left, a desperate Eaton threw the inbound pass away. But James Worthy missed one of his free throws, so the Jazz had a final chance down 2. This time, it was Stockton's turn to mess up. Under the pressure of a double team, Stockton couldn't get a pass or a shot off in time. They'd blown their chance. Utah tied it back up at home, but surrendered to the eventual champions because of an excellent Magic performance in Game 7. In 88-89, Sloan took over for Layden mid-season, and Stockton joined Malone for the first of so many All-Star games together. Eaton too. Utah won a best yet 51 games, but Don Nelson's Warriors absolutely smoked the Jazz in one of the most remarkable first-round upsets ever. A 7-seed swept a 2-seed. In Sloan's first full season, the Jazz rebroke their franchise record to reach 55 wins, but once again stared down a first-round upset. In a decisive Game 5 against the Phoenix Suns, Stockton and Malone kinda got outplayed by Kevin Johnson and Tom Chambers. After a crucial Stockton-Johnson jump ball, it was actually Eddie Johnson who put Phoenix up 1 with just over a minute left. And when Utah took the lead back, it was Eddie again who drilled a preposterous bank shot and won to put Phoenix up 2. The Stockton-Malone connection tied it, but Phoenix fired back. With Eaton off the floor against the small Suns lineup, Kevin Johnson attacked, drew help, dished off to little-used bench warmer Mike McGee, then got the ball back and hit a tough mid-range J just before the buzzer. Stockton's half-court prayer missed, and Utah had fallen once again in the first round. It was not a very good feeling. Entering their prime, Utah's new core had already achieved a lot in the regular season, but they had suffered the full range of playoff despair. And thanks to these folks, there was more to come. Between 1991 and 96, the Jazz lost to each of these teams twice, once each in the conference finals, once each in an earlier round. And they alternated almost making the finals with not even coming close. Weird times. The first problem was Portland. In 90-91, the Jazz added another Malone, Jeff Malone, no relation, sent John and Carl to yet another All-Star game, got a great year from longtime Jazz man Thurl Bailey, won 54 games, and got revenge on the Suns in the first round. But remember this guy? This guy was waiting. Clyde Drexler and the number 1 seed Blazers smacked Utah out of the second round, though it was closer than it looked. After Portland dominated Game 1 at home, the Jazz made a huge Game 2 comeback, creating a last-second chance to seize home court advantage. The Blazers led big in the fourth, but the mailman rallied Utah with 20 points in the period, including some super clutch free throws. In the final seconds of a miraculously tied game, this Drexler pass found its way through Mike Brown's fingertips to Terry Porter inside, and Porter's bucket ended up being the difference once Stockton missed a tough buzzer beater. So close, but almost wasn't enough. The Blazers staved off another near comeback in Game 4 and then took the series at home in 5. On to next year. Utah bolstered their front court, adding rookie forward David Benoit, and boldly traded the beloved Thurl Bailey for the younger Tyrone Corbin. It was a great season. The Jazz won 55 games to top the Midwest Division and secure a playoff 2 seed. They survived a scare from the Clippers in the first round, then took care of Sean Kemp and the Seattle Supersonics in the second round. Sean would remember this.
What do you think I'm gonna do, y'all?
For the time being, there in 1992,
Why y'all think I'm gonna finish?
finally broken through to the
What
Western
you think?
Conference Finals for the first time in franchise history. Waiting for them was the 1 seed, the Blazers, again. The first 4 games were pretty straightforward. Terry Porter fueled 2 Blazer home wins. Karl Malone fueled 2 Jazz home wins. That made Game 5 of this 7-game series pivotal, but the Jazz were shorthanded. Benoit, who'd been promoted to the starting lineup during the playoffs, left the team after the death of his father. Utah's lineup got even thinner at the first half buzzer when Drexler's flailing left hand bonked Stockton so hard in the eyeball that it ended the Utah point guard's night. Ball handling duties in one of the most important halves in Jazz history thus fell to Delaney Rudd, a career journeyman on the fringe of the playoff rotation. And this came close to being the Delaney Rudd game. Both
trying to
Karl
take
and
it.
Jeff Malone shot well, and Ty Corbin had the
No,
game of
why?
his life off the bench. Rudd was moving
Come
the
on.
ball well.
Come on, baby.
With
Come
seconds
on.
remaining and Utah
Come on.
down 3, Delaney
Let's go.
Rudd called his own number and did the damn thing. His clutch three-pointer sent the game to OT, where Utah had a prime opportunity to pull ahead on the road. They blew it. After the teams went back and forth a bit, Blazer big man Kevin Duckworth hit one of his pretty floaters for a 3-point lead. Drexler attacked the rack to make it 5, and Duckworth unfurled more silk to make it 7. I love that shot so much. Anyway, Rick Adelman's club didn't look back. The short-handed, demoralized Jazz couldn't even push the series back to Portland. They lost at home in Game 6.
Tubi brings you all the hottest movies and shows. Free. No more monthly fees. Ever. 40,000 titles at your fingertips. Totally free. Download and watch Tubi on your TV today.
Still, a trip to the 92 conference finals was something to build on. Perhaps a stepping stone.
I know that was a little dirty.
93.
But shit, he got my way.
John and Carl had career years, and in fact were named co-MVPs of the All-Star game. But Mark Eaton was slowing down because of injuries. Utah's defense slipped, and things got particularly bad after the All-Star break. So bad that team owner Larry Miller felt compelled to squash rumors that Sloan's job might be on the line. Utah trudged into the 1993 playoffs with just 47 wins, but they did take a 2-1 lead in their first-round series against the favored Sonics. Game 4 in Utah could have closed out a series upset. Instead, the Jazz collapsed in the second half and couldn't climb back into it because of this guy again. Eddie Johnson, now a Sonic, commanded the final 5 minutes. This and one gave Seattle a 12-point lead. This 3 just about iced the game, and this strange bucket to go up 17 was just unnecessarily rude. Johnson scored 10 of Seattle's final 13 points, although let's not forget Utah's self-inflicted wounds. Sam Perkins certainly didn't. After Utah missed not 1, not 2, but holy shit, 3 point-blank shots on this critical possession, Perkins just stood over Mike Brown, pointing and taunting. Perkins was a problem all series, and he led a Sonic comeback in the decisive Game 5. This 3 over the bigger, slower, ill-equipped Eaton cut a Utah lead to 4. This one cut it to 3, this cut it to 2. And that was all the momentum the Sonics needed. They pulled ahead and held on to deny the series upset. So after coming pretty close to the NBA Finals in 92, the Jazz were a first-round loser in 93. They'd yet to battle Michael Jordan's Bulls, who'd been crushing all Western challengers. But Jordan's 1993 retirement to play baseball suspended the Chicago dynasty, opening a window for some Western team to make it all the way. Utah management pursued that open window with help for John and Carl. They traded for young big man Felton Spencer, who would assume a substantial role as back injuries sidelined Eaton for good. Utah also snagged Tom Chambers off the Suns for some bench help and made a big deadline trade, swapping their other Malone for a different Jeff. With Jeff Hornacek, Utah finished the season hot, entered the 1994 playoffs a 5 seed, and beat David Robinson's Spurs in the first round. Utah's series win set up a likely rematch with the Sonics, the NBA's best regular season team. But in an astounding upset, the 8-seed Denver Nuggets knocked Seattle out of the picture. Utah's path suddenly became much clearer. They shot out to a 3-0 lead versus Denver. They proceeded to blow that entire lead, but held on in Game 7, advancing to the Western Conference Finals, back in the mix. But now the Jazz had to face a new boss. The Houston Rockets had nearly choked away their second-round series against Charles Barkley's Suns, but they survived because Hakeem Olajuwon was indomitable. Hakeem and Kenny Smith led Houston to an easy Game 1 victory at home against the Jazz. Game 2 was closer, but on the same night he accepted the MVP trophy, Olajuwon handily won a shootout with Malone. Without the gigantic Eaton to at least attempt guarding Olajuwon one-on-one, the Jazz front court sounded haunted. Spencer was actively soliciting suggestions for how to stop the guy. It felt like it would take divine intervention to overcome Hakeem's supremacy at strength, and the Jazz kinda actually got some, they just wasted it. In Salt Lake City for Game 3, Olajuwon went cold, and the Jazz role players made it a 2-1 series. Malone played Game 4 ill, and the Jazz fell behind early, but Stockton and Hornacek piloted a huge comeback, and facing a narrow deficit in the final seconds, Stockton really dialed up the Stockton. First, he buried a corner 3 to cut Houston's lead to 2 with 13 seconds left. Then, on the ensuing inbound, the veteran tangled with rookie Houston guard Sam Cassell and fell to the ground convincingly enough that Cassell got called for an offensive foul. Utah ball, down 2 with time to spare. Speaking of time to spare, here comes the divine intervention. Watch the clock. So the Jazz inbound with 13.5 seconds on the clock. Hornacek dribbles and dishes to Malone, whips it cross court to Humphries, and if you pause it real quick, the clock still hasn't started. By the time it does, Chambers thinks time is running out and rushes an ugly shot in traffic. The Rockets chase down the rebound and dribble out a clock that should have expired a while ago, and that's it. The Jazz were blessed with the most egregious of home cooking, but they just got confused, squandered their chance to tie the series, then complained they didn't get a foul call on top of the unearned extra time. Houston owned Game 5 at home, won the series, and went on to win the '94 championship. Oh well. Jordan's too little, too late return made 1995 another opportunity for the West to win a championship. The Jazz felt it would be their year. You could tell because their team slogan was, "It's our year." And they played like it on both ends, logging their first ever 60-win season despite Spencer's season-ending Achilles tear in January. That injury would leave 37-year-old James Donaldson to guard Olajuwon whenever Utah ended up rematching the Rockets, which, surprisingly, was the first round. The Rockets were coming off a bumpy season. They lost more than expected, even after a big midseason trade for Olajuwon's old college teammate. Yup, that's Clyde Drexler. Houston entered the postseason a shorthanded 6th seed, got further shorthanded during the series, and looked genuinely vulnerable when the Jazz owned Game 3 in Houston to take a 2-1 lead. The old 5-slamma-jamma pals combined for 81 points to win Game 4, which sent the series back to Utah for Game 5. The favored Jazz just needed one home win to get revenge and eliminate the reigning champs. And things were looking good early. Hornacek ended the first half of Game 5 with one wild 3, then another wilder 3 to build a 7-point lead and so much momentum. Utah increased that edge to 10 in the fourth quarter. But then it was Hakeem time. For over 4 minutes in which the Jazz stars fell silent, Olajuwon led Houston on a 10-0 run, finishing on an elegant baseline banker to put Houston up 3 under the 2-minute mark. The Rockets held that lead, then fouled on purpose in the closing seconds to put Stockton on the line for 2 shots down 3. The tactic worked as Houston rebounded his deliberate miss. Our year ended in a first-round loss. Conference Finals, first-round loss. Conference Finals, first-round loss. Only one thing to do in '96. The Jazz added a few useful pieces, won 55 games, overcame the Blazers in the first round, outlasted the Spurs in the second round, and made it back to the Western Conference Finals. More even-year magic. This time they'd have to face the Sonics again, in a sort of undercard to the Jordan vs. Shaq Eastern Finals. It didn't start so hot. Stockton was hurting, and Seattle's elite defense swallowed Utah whole in Game 1. The Jazz kept Game 2 much closer, but in the final minutes, their stars looked overmatched. Gary Payton cooked Stockton to build a late Seattle lead. Sean Kemp overpowered Malone to maintain that lead, then did it again. With seconds left and a win still very much on the table, Stockton panicked against the Payton-Perkins double team and threw the ball straight to Kemp. Utah looked great at home for Game 3, but Game 4 came down to a double-digit comeback, and, well, Malone shot just 3 of 8 from the free throw line, including this late miss that would have pulled Utah within 1 in the final 2 minutes. The Jazz defense bought their offense more chances, but Stockton overthrew an entry to Malone, then drew iron on a 3-pointer that would have won the game at the buzzer. This was a grouchy week of Jazz basketball, one in which Malone compared his teammates to kids and wished aloud he could get in their heads to say, "What are you thinking?" But Utah rallied. Stockton was really dragging because of a variety of injuries, but came up with this huge steal to secure a victory in overtime of Game 5 in Seattle. Malone outplayed Kemp with some massive numbers to win Game 6 at home in a blowout. Thus, another Jazz season, and this time a long-awaited trip to the NBA Finals, came down to a do-or-die game.
Our task is to detect money laundering threats fast, so we use random forests to detect the riskiest cases and quickly alert investigators. Keeping tabs on suspicious activity, that's machine learning at Capital One.
And once again, its conclusion balanced on clutch plays and free throws. Stockton ensured a close finish by punctuating his best, gutsiest game of the series with this floater to cut Seattle's lead to 1 with 90 seconds left. Kemp hit some free throws, but Brian Russell found Malone to cut it back to 1. Kemp hit some free throws again, then a gorgeous Stockton-Malone pick and roll drew a Kemp foul with 8 seconds left. Malone needed 2 makes to cut the margin back to 1, keep pace with Kemp, and overcome the bad foul shooting narrative that lingered from Game 4. He'd hit 6 of his 10 free throws in the game. On number 11, Still in it though, as long as Malone hit the second one. Seattle rebound, game over, series over. The Sonics advance to the finals where, oh, right, he's back. So yeah, over a 6-year stretch of the 90s that included 2 mostly Jordan-less seasons, Stockton and Malone never even made it out. In their next chapter, they'd finally do it, only to MJ and the reformed Bulls powerhouse. But Michael's 5th and 6th rings weren't inevitable. This little era, the beginning of the Mountain jerseys, was probably peak Jazz. In their mid-30s, Stockton became a truly elite shooter, and Malone became an MVP and All-NBA defender. Sloan had as deep a rotation as ever, including a developing center in Greg Ostertag, the motherfucking big dog, aka Antoine Carr, and a couple guys who could at least try to guard Jordan. Brian Russell, who grew into a full-time starter, and a scrappy rookie named Shandon Anderson. Utah owned the West in '97, winning a franchise record 64 games, swiftly dispatching both LA franchises, then finally getting the clutch play they needed in the Western Conference Finals against the Rockets. Eddie goddamn Johnson did it to Utah again with the three-pointer that won Game 4 and tied the series, but the biggest shot of Stockton's career broke a Game 6 tie at the buzzer to send Utah to the finals and spark this celebration over a decade in the making. So, the 1997 NBA Finals. The Bulls' 4-2 series victory included 3 very close wins with iconic moments that totally could have gone the other way. Game 1 in Chicago is famous because Jordan hit a game winner over Brian Russell. Not the game winner over Brian Russell you're thinking of, but a game winner. That shot eclipsed what came before it. This Malone up and under had put the Jazz up 1 with 90 seconds left. Jordan missed his shot to get the Bulls the lead, but Ron Harper rebounded it to get Scottie Pippen this three-pointer. Even then, Stockton responded to put the Jazz back up 1, and Jordan missed an important free throw that left the game tied. Malone went to the line himself, needing just a point to break that tie, but pooped his pants yet again, and boom, Michael made everyone forget his own misses. Utah eventually tied the finals 2-all. Malone made it happen at the line, but MJ pulled the Bulls ahead in the series with his famous flu game. 38 brilliant points despite a debilitating stomach infection. But the flu game easily could have been a loss. Hornacek could have hit this late 3 to tie it. After Stockton got fouled rebounding that miss, he could have hit the first, then intentionally missed to set up a miraculous tip-in for OT, but Stockton missed the first one. No bueno. And Chicago's Game 6 closeout is famous because Steve Kerr, who'd struggled all series, buried the tie-breaking game-winning jumper off a kick-out from Jordan. Well, that game was tied in the first place because seconds before, Anderson had whipped a point-blank finish. And Kerr's shot was the winner because seconds after, down 2 points, Russell threw an inbound pass to nobody. That did it. Our guys had a better chance of dethroning the Bulls in '98. The Jazz had home court advantage and were way better rested than a banged-up Chicago team that had narrowly won a 7-game Eastern Final versus the Pacers. Stockton excelled, and Pippen missed a buzzer beater in OT of Game 1, so Utah held serve early. They might have kept it that way if Malone didn't go so cold in Game 2. The mailman's final brick could have tied the game with 23 seconds left. Over in Chicago, Utah could have stolen back a road win to retie the series if not for this strange Game 4 ending. With Chicago up 2, MJ missed a potential dagger, but Malone and Dennis Rodman's wrestling match for the rebound, as opposed to their actual wrestling match, drew a whistle on Karl. A career 60% free throw shooter canned both to keep the Jazz at arm's length. Even the legendary Game 6, which concluded with the Jordan shot over Brian Russell, could have gone the other way. Just seconds before Jordan's final shot as a Bull, Stockton had hit a huge 3 to go up 3, and Malone had a chance to restore that lead before he let Michael snatch it away. We have a whole rewinder about this and how Utah would have been favored in Game 7, but the point is this. After years spent falling short in the West because of free throws and late-game mishaps, John and Carl had two very real chances to punch holes in Michael Jordan's legacy. They fell short not just because of Michael, but because of free throws and late-game mishaps. And they never made it back to the finals, at least not together. Malone had one last ring chase with the Lakers, but he was hurt a lot, and the Pistons swatted LA in the finals. So Karl Malone and John Stockton retired ringless. To leave it at that oversimplifies their unbelievably successful careers. Each was a statistical marvel. Together, they played nothing but winning seasons. This legendary duo would surely trade that unparalleled consistency for even one title, but there's no shame in the way things went. For the better part of a decade, nearly every genuine contender had to get past Stockton and Malone at some point. As far as NBA championships go, these two were the greatest to never do it.
Thank you for watching. Please subscribe to SB Nation if you want updates when we have new videos coming out. If you like this video, then you probably like 90s NBA, so I think you would enjoy this one. YouTube thinks you'd like this one, so you tell me in the comments whether you trust me or the algorithm.
No fees or minimums and no overdraft fees are another reason banking with Capital One is an even easier decision than this.
I'll take Barkley.
Yes! Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet?
Tim Duncan is universally recognized as one of the greatest players of all time. He was consistently a dominant force throughout his career, especially on the defensive end, as he has a total of 15 all-defense teams, which is a significant lead over the second most in league history, which is by Kevin Garnett and Kobe Bryant. At the end of the day, Tim Duncan was simply a winner, as he won a total of 5 championship rings, and had a career winning percentage of 70.5%. No stat may greater emphasize the extent of his winning ways than this next one. In the entirety of his 19-year career, Tim Duncan has a winning percentage against all 29 other NBA teams. LeBron James hasn't done that, Kobe Bryant didn't do that, and even the great Michael Jordan didn't do that either. Phil Jackson coached Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Kobe Bryant, and Shaquille O'Neal, some of the greatest players of NBA history. But Phil was pretty good at getting as much as he could out of the talent he had, and there may be no stat that better proves this point than this one. Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Kobe Bryant, and Shaquille O'Neal.
This is about to be the toughest race I ever did.
Combined, they played for 33
This is about to be tough.
and won 20 championship rings. Without Phil Jackson as their coach, those same players combined for 37 seasons and only 1 championship ring. Many of you have heard your dad or grandpa go on and on about how physical the game used to be, whether it be in the 70s, 80s, or 90s. But you should tell them about the 1890s, because that brand of basketball makes the bad boy Pistons look soft. Basketball was invented in 1891, and in the early years, basketball players were adapting from playing more physical traditional sports, like rugby and American football. Because of this, the game was extremely physical, and it also had a chaotic atmosphere with its fans. Steel mesh cages had to be constructed around courts to keep excited spectators from interfering with play. Players would be slammed against the cages and sometimes cut themselves on the metal wire. This frequently resulted in basketball courts being covered in blood each night. The players were nicknamed cagers during this period of basketball history.
Fortunately, everyone was pretty relieved when rope mesh nets replaced the steel cages in the early 1900s. The value of home court advantage has been steadily declining throughout the years. The home team is winning far less often than they used to. In the 1987-88 season, the home team won 67.9% of the time. That means the average NBA home team was playing on a level of a 55-win team. That's an incredible advantage. Throughout the 2000s, the average was around 60%, and in the last few seasons leading up to the pandemic, the home team's average win percentage is closer to 55%. There have been studies done as to why home court advantage has been shrinking throughout the years, but it essentially boils down to the fact that players are living more comfortable and luxurious lives even on road trips. In case you didn't know, Steph Curry is really efficient at making three-pointers, but just how efficient? Well, James Harden could make his next 800 straight three-point shots without missing once, and he would still not be as efficient at shooting three-pointers as Steph Curry is. Rasheed Wallace was a great basketball player who may get his own video at some point, but he also had a temper, and a legendary one at that. Wallace has the most ejections in NBA history with 29. That's more than twice as much as the closest competitor, which is DeMarcus Cousins with 14. If Michael Jordan did not exist, Karl Malone would go from 0 scoring titles to 5, which would put him only behind Wilt Chamberlain for the most of all time. A lot of people say that John Stockton is the all-time assist leader because of his longevity, but if that's your opinion, consider this. Of the 6 highest assist-per-game seasons of all time, John Stockton has 5 of them. Only one player in NBA history has over 25,000 points, 10,000 rebounds, 5,000 assists, 1,500 steals, and 1,500 blocks. Got any guesses on who that player is? That player is the all-time great power forward, Kevin Garnett. Kobe Bryant and Dirk Nowitzki were both adapting to the evolving NBA as their careers came to a close. Each player's final season was very low scoring by their standards, but they were also the seasons where they shot easily their highest percentage of three-point attempts. In 11 out of the last 20 seasons of NBA Finals history, at least one regular starter has missed a game in the finals due to an injury. Your best players missing time in the finals doesn't mean there needs to be an asterisk by it, because honestly, it's pretty much expected at this point. Ruben Patterson referred to himself as the Kobe stopper during his days matched up with the Mamba. In his career, he played against Kobe 23 times, and in those games, Patterson allowed Kobe to score 29.3 points per game. In that same stretch of time, from 1999 to 2008, Kobe was averaging 26.8 points per game against the rest of the league. So, yeah, this probably wasn't the best nickname for Patterson. Contrary to popular belief, players now are typically the same size as players from years past. I'm sure you've heard people discredit old-school greats like Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain because they played against smaller competition. Well, that's actually false. The average height of the modern player is 6 foot 6 inches tall. Throughout the majority of the 1960s, it was also 6 foot 6 inches tall. And throughout the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, it was actually an inch taller at 6'7". The argument can still be made that players today are generally more athletic than players from years past. But as far as taller, no, that's absolutely incorrect. They say defense wins championships, and more often than not, this is actually true. 42 championship teams of NBA history were ranked in the top 5 of the league offensively, while 53 championship teams were ranked in the top 5 in the league defensively. Speaking of defense-winning championships, the 1961, 63, and 64 Celtics are the only teams to ever win the championship as the best defensive team, while also being the worst offensive team in the league. Obviously, Bill Russell's greatness had a lot to do with that. There still has never been a team to win the championship as the best offensive team, while also being the worst defensive team.
My game, it's about team. I moved here to find mom. I left my family to take my shot. My game, it's opportunity, where I prove myself and find my second family. My game, it's a gift, and we all have the right to experience the gift of the game.
There has only been one player to ever lead his team to back-to-back championships while being the only All-Star on his team, and that was Akeem Olajuwon in the 1994 and 1995 season. When Wilt Chamberlain averaged over 50 points and over 25 rebounds in 1962, believe it or not, he was actually not the league's MVP that season. That honor went to the Celtics' Bill Russell, and Oscar Robertson, who averaged a triple-double that season, also finished with more first-place votes than Wilt Chamberlain did. The first basketball game in the history of the world took place in 1891 in Springfield, Massachusetts, which apparently had a peach basket that was nailed to some railing of a gymnasium. The game lasted for 30 minutes and had an epic final score of 1-0. John Mankin was a 6'8" center who played 7 seasons in the BAA and NBA from 1946 to 1953. He played for several teams, and among them was the Boston Celtics. Now here's the thing. Mankin liked to shoot the basketball, but he wasn't very good at it. Unfortunately, he had the worst career field goal percentage of all time at 27.2%. In 1949, with the Indianapolis Jets, he averaged 10 points per game on 18.2 shots per game and only hit 24.6%. John Mankin was out there as a center, shooting without even a quarter worth of efficiency, and the dude's shooting nearly 20 times a game. His coach must have been pulling his hair out. That's not even a good batting average, let alone a field goal percentage. We talk a lot about players with efficient offense, but this stat shows the greatness of one player's efficient defense. In the history of the NBA, with a minimum of 150 games played, there has been only one player to have more blocks than personal fouls and more steals than turnovers. Any guesses on who that player is? It's the Hall of Famer and the powerful lockdown center, Ben Wallace. Pistol Pete Maravich was an incredible perimeter scorer who averaged 44.2 points throughout his college career and as high as 31.1 points in his NBA career. The most astonishing part is how he achieved these numbers without a three-point line, and people have speculated how many points he would have averaged if many of those baskets were counted as three-pointers. Pete's final season of his NBA career was also the season the NBA introduced the three-point line. He was well past his prime at this point, and he had knee issues that labored him throughout the year and caused him to miss many games. Despite the sample size, he still made 10 of his 15 three-point attempts, which is a remarkable 66%. One can only wonder what career numbers and percentages he would have had if the three-point line had always been available to him. A lot of younger fans don't know who this guy is, but AC Green was a staple role player for the Showtime Lakers throughout the 80s. He certainly was never considered as a superstar, but he definitely had the greatest ability, which is availability. AC was known as the Iron Man of the NBA, as he played in an all-time record of 1,192 consecutive games without missing a contest for any reason. That's roughly 3.5 full seasons ahead of the closest person on the list. Remarkably, Green played in a total of 1,278 games in his NBA career and missed only 3 games during that span, which all took place in his second season. There has been a total of 9 teams in NBA history who had 4 of their players make the All-Star team in the same season, and these are the teams listed on the screen. With that being said, only one team of league history has had 3 All-Star starters in the same season, and that was the all-time great 1983 Philadelphia 76ers with Moses Malone, Julius Erving, and Maurice Cheeks. After the Last Dance Chicago Bulls disbanded at the end of the 1998 season, the overall talent remaining in Chicago was bad, really bad, and nothing sums that up better than the game on April 10, 1999 in Chicago Stadium. The Bulls were embarrassed in a loss to Miami with a final score of 82-49. Since the shot clock was introduced in 1954, the worst total by a team is 49, and the worst field goal percentage by a team is 23.4%. And unfortunately, Chicago achieved both of these records on this same night. As a longtime Lakers fan, I know this next fact very well. For some reason, we absolutely suck on Christmas. Since the beginning of the 1980s, our record is 10-15 on December 25th. It's hard to explain why LA is so terrible on the holiday, especially considering their win-to-loss ratio of all of the regular season games during that same time frame. The greatest battle for the scoring title came on April 9, 1978. Heading into each player's final game of the regular season, David Thompson and George Gervin were caught in a tight battle for the scoring crown. Thompson was averaging 26.6 points per game, and Gervin was averaging 26.8 points per game. Only a total of 14 points separated the two players. Thompson's game came first as his Denver Nuggets took on the Detroit Pistons. He came out on fire, dropping 20 of his first 21 shots, and ultimately finished the game with 73 points. Gervin's game took place just a couple hours later, as his San Antonio Spurs were taking on the New Orleans Jazz. George was now going to have to score 59 points just to take the scoring crown back from Thompson. Well, he went on to score 53 by halftime. With the playoff seeding already decided, Gervin didn't play much in the second half and comfortably finished the game with 63 points, securing his title over David Thompson. This player is one of the greatest scorers of NBA history, and in specifically the decade of the 1980s, no player scored more points than this player, who put up 21,018 points. Any guesses on who that player is? That player is the lethal small forward, Alex English. Charles Barkley has a legitimate case for the title of the greatest player to have never won a championship, but unfortunately, he had an Achilles heel, and that was his abusive obsession with shooting three-pointers. There is no worse three-point shooter than Charles Barkley, and I'm not even being sarcastic when I say that. Objectively speaking, of all players who shot at least 1,000 three-pointers in their career, Barkley is literally the most inefficient shooter of NBA history. For some reason, despite being so terrible from distance, he simply couldn't stop shooting them, even reaching as high as 25th place in the league in three-point attempts in 1993. It's like he was salivating every time he was around the three-point line and couldn't help himself. The 96-97 Phoenix Suns are all the proof you need to know that it isn't over till it's over. They started their season with a pathetic 0-13 record. However, after a coaching change and a blockbuster trade that acquired Jason Kidd, the Suns dramatically changed their fortunes and finished the season with a 40-42 record. They're the only team in NBA history to have at least and still make the playoffs that season. When it comes to scoring in the regular season and in the playoffs as a whole, no one set the bar any higher than Michael Jordan, as he has the highest scoring average in league history at 30.12, and the highest playoff scoring average in league history at 33.4. With that being said, the biggest stage in basketball is the NBA Finals, and believe it or not, there was one player who averaged more than Michael did when the games mattered most. Any guesses on who that player is? It's the lethal small forward and the granny shot free throw shooter, Rick Barry, who put up 36.3 points per game over the course of his career in the NBA Finals.
Earn your degree faster at Purdue University Global. With over 175 online programs, there's one for you. Start today with a 3-week risk-free trial. Apply now at PurdueGlobal.edu.
On an individual level, Larry Bird dominated his era, and no fact may better prove that point than this one. For 6 straight seasons from 1981 to 1986, Bird was either the MVP or the runner-up, and he also finished in the top 2 spots in 7 out of 8 seasons from 1981 to 1988. Speaking of the Celtics legend, Bird has arguably the most devoted fan, albeit a criminal. On December 12, 2002, in Oklahoma City, a man named Eric Torpy decided to rob a Little Caesars pizza restaurant with a couple of his buddies. They were under the influence of drugs, and long story short, Eric's buddy shoots a couple employees, and Eric ditches the scene. But unfortunately for Eric, he dropped his hat. Police find the hat, and a few months later, Eric's DNA is traced back to him, and he ends up in prison, sentenced to 30 years. At this point, you're probably wondering, what the heck does this even have to do with Bird or the NBA? Well, you see, Eric was a loyal Celtics fan and a Larry Bird fan, and during his playing days, Bird wore the jersey number 33. So Eric did what any logical Celtics fan would do, and requested that the judge extended his sentence to 33 years to honor his favorite player. The judge was feeling accommodating that day, and granted Eric the extra 3 years. Eric has now been in prison for 16 years and has said that he regrets his decision. I guess it's a good thing he wasn't a Dennis Rodman fan. When asked about Eric's commitment to Larry's honor, Bird declined to comment. Even the best players have horrible nights. Tim Hardaway proved that in 1991. In a matchup against the Minnesota Timberwolves, Hardaway took 17 shots and missed every single one of them. That's the most field goals missed without a make that the NBA has ever seen. There are only two players in NBA history to shoot over 60% from the field and over 80% from the free throw line over the course of a season, and this player is one of them. He is also the only player to ever shoot 60% from the field while exceeding 17 shots per game. He was a big man who played for one of the league's most iconic franchises. Any guesses on who that player is? That player is the Celtics legend, Kevin McHale. As we all know, Bill Russell won 11 championship rings during his playing career, but he actually wasn't undefeated in the NBA Finals. He had an 11-1 record, and that only loss came in the 1958 Finals to the St. Louis Hawks in 6 games. He only played in 4 out of 6 games, though, as his foot injury in Game 3 may have been the swing factor of the series. The Hawks definitely deserve credit, though, as their superstar Bob Pettit dropped 50 points in the championship-clinching game. Obviously, Michael Jordan's final game as a Chicago Bull was legendary and iconic, as Pippen was dealing with back problems, and as a result, Jordan had to carry the Bulls' offense that game. But the extent to which he carried the offense is something that I think most people don't realize. Jordan scored 45 of the Bulls' 87 points in that championship-clinching game. That means a 35-year-old Jordan in his final game with the Bulls scored 51.7% of his team's points. Since the NBA-ABA merger in 1976, that is the highest percentage in NBA Finals history. In 1936, basketball became an Olympic sport, and the gold medal game was played between USA and Canada. It was played outdoors on a clay court and in rainy conditions, and the final score was USA 19, Canada 8. Many of us know that Moses Malone was great at rebounding the basketball, but did you know that he was likely the greatest offensive rebounder of all time, at least as long as offensive rebounds have been tracked? During the 81-82 season, Moses averaged 6.9 offensive rebounds per game. No one else in the history of the NBA has ever officially averaged as many offensive rebounds as Moses did that season. Goaltending was a rule that was introduced to the NBA in 1944, which made it illegal for a defensive player to touch the ball on its downward flight towards the basket. I've seen many people in the comments suggest that Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell were able to block so many shots during their era because there wasn't goaltending at the time. But that's just objectively not true. Maybe there were some questionable non-calls that we can see on old film, but the rule was certainly in place. If there hadn't been a goaltending rule, then I doubt any team would have ever scored more than 50 points versus Wilt Chamberlain. The goaltending rule was introduced in 1944, not because of Bill and Wilt, but because of one of the original superstar big men, George Mikan. Those were some of the lowest scoring days of pro basketball history, and taller players like Mikan blocking nearly every descending shot towards the basket had a lot to do with that. The goaltending rule was introduced with the intent of creating more offense and increasing the value of perimeter players, and it did just that. Wilt Chamberlain is the only player to ever average 48 minutes per game over the course of a season, which he did in 1962. He actually averaged 48.5 that season due to several games going to overtime. Other than one instance where he had been ejected by the referee, Wilt played every single moment of every single game that season. That's a huge testament to his alien-like stamina. Now, something that is worth considering is that Wilt's 48.5 minutes per game season was also the season where he averaged over 50 points and over 25 rebounds. These numbers from Wilt Chamberlain seem almost like a myth and completely impossible to achieve. But consider this. These are the numbers of Giannis Antetokounmpo's 2020 MVP season, which were quite impressive. But if you adjust these numbers to be per 48 minutes, now Giannis is averaging about 46 points, over 21 rebounds, and 9 assists. Again, it's not like Giannis could simply do this when not everyone has the stamina of Wilt Chamberlain. But at the very least, when Giannis's numbers are adjusted to 48 minutes, we can then begin to see how Wilt Chamberlain's 1962 season is more of a realistic accomplishment than many of us have.
This is the hardest track right here.
We really enjoyed just being
Country
together
ass
with no
shit.
purpose other than to relax, have fun, to connect.
In 1965, Wilt Chamberlain signed a 3-year, $100,000 contract, which at the time made him the highest paid NBA player to ever live. Bill Russell had an intense personal rivalry with Wilt Chamberlain, and when Russell heard of Wilt's contract, he was enraged and demanded that the Celtics pay him $1 more than Chamberlain, or else he would consider retiring on the spot. The Celtics obliged and increased Bill's contract from $75,000 to $100,001, which then made him the highest paid NBA player to ever live. From 1966 to 1984, the first overall pick of the draft was decided with a coin flip. It was between the worst teams from each conference. This 50% chance had massive implications on basketball's history. If the coin flips had gone the opposite way, then these would have been a few of the likely outcomes. Magic Johnson would have been a Chicago Bull, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar would have been a Phoenix Sun, and Hakeem Olajuwon would have been a Portland Trailblazer. Only 3 players in NBA history have averaged over 20 points and over 12 assists in the same season. The first 2 are Magic Johnson and Isaiah Thomas. Any guesses on who that third player is? It's the overlooked all-star point guard, Kevin Johnson. In 2012, the NBA established that they would be fining their players for flopping. The rule stated that any player who flops during the regular season would first be warned, followed by fines in increments of $5,000 for each successful flop during the season. I remember when this announcement first happened, thinking that this would be the move to eradicate this pathetic acting out of the league. Well, the problem is, the league has since painfully under-enforced the rule. In these past 9 seasons of the rule being established, there have been only 31 fines given to the players. Despite their reputation, guys like Chris Paul and LeBron James have never been fined. James Harden has been fined only once, and in the entirety of this current 2020 to 2021 season, there have been 0 fines distributed to all of the players. With such a severe lack of enforcement, it makes you wonder why they even made the rule in the first place. In case you're wondering, the player who's received the most fines is none other than Lance Stevenson, who's been fined a total of 4 times since the rule was established. He's also the only player who's been fined twice in the same season. In 1963, Wilt Chamberlain averaged over 44 points and over 24 rebounds on 53% shooting, yet he finished only 7th in the MVP race and didn't even get a single first-place vote. At this time, the MVP voting was not done by the media, but by the players themselves. So it would be pretty interesting to hear what their logic was, as they all collectively refused to vote for Chamberlain. Only 5 players in NBA history have led their team over the course of a season in all 5 major stat categories. They were Dave Cowens in 1978, Scottie Pippen in 1995, Kevin Garnett in 2003, LeBron James in 2009, and Giannis in 2017. A lot of Kobe haters point out the fact that the Mamba has the most missed shots of NBA history, which is true, but using that as a criticism involves ignoring several major factors. 1, you have to be good at basketball to be trusted to take that many shots. 2, Kobe was an extremely high-volume shooter, so of course there's going to be a high volume of missed shots. And 3, Kobe played for 20 seasons in the NBA. Most basketball legends don't come anywhere close to his amount of seasons, games, and minutes. So what if we put all players on a level playing field and had each player take an equal amount of shots to Kobe Bryant's total? Let's take the 50 greatest scorers of all time. If we did this, Kobe is no longer on top of the list. In fact, he's not even in the top 10. The player who would have the most missed shots in this scenario is Philadelphia's Allen Iverson, with 15,065 missed shots. James Harden has a reputation of being a player who lives at the free throw line. He certainly takes plenty of trips to the charity stripe, and maybe he manufactures some of his trips here and there. But he
I'm glad it's just one lap, because I hate this track.
Than any other guard has ever done before.
I hate this track with bloody guts.
I
hate this bloody track.
There are 3 guards who average more free throws in a season than James Harden has, and that's Michael Jordan
Look at my baby right there, y'all.
Oscar Robertson in 1964, and Jerry West in 1962 and 1966. In Shaquille O'Neal's 19-year career, he shot a total of 22 three-point shots, and he made only one of them, and it might be the luckiest and ugliest 3 that you've ever seen. When it comes to sports, there have been some legendary predictions throughout the years, like Joe Namath predicting a Super Bowl victory in 1968, or Babe Ruth calling the location of his home run. But one of the more underrated predictions of NBA history came in the first round of the 1993 Western Conference playoffs. It was a best-of-5 matchup between the first-seeded and heavily favored Phoenix Suns against the 8th-seeded Los Angeles Lakers. The thing is, the Lakers were ready for an absolute fight, and played with more energy and effort in the first 2 games of the series. At the end of the second game, the Suns were demoralized and were facing elimination as the series was heading back to Los Angeles. The pressure was immense. as Phoenix was facing the possibility of becoming the first #1 seed to be upset by an 8-seeded team in NBA playoff history.